For those spectators just entering the ground, you may be wondering what the news was from the toss. We can tell you the toss has been delayed until 2 p.m. and providing conditions don't deteriorate any further, we anticipate a 2:30 p.m. start this afternoon.
Play all, be on every drill, play all.
Good afternoon everyone and welcome along to the Grange Club. It's worth reminding you that despite the delayed start, conditions for today's game remain unchanged. It will be a 20 overs decide match. We are set for an exciting afternoon as Scotland meet Australia in this second men's T20 International, and it's nearly time for that all-important coin toss. Let's head out to the middle now to join the two captains, Australia's Rich Marsh and Scotland's Richie Berrington, who are alongside our match referee, Sir Richie Richardson, and it's over to our commentator, Andrew Leonard.
Yeah, that's good.
We have news from the middle, where Scotland have won the toss and they will bowl first. A reminder then of the news from the middle, where Scotland have won the toss, they will field first. We can now confirm this afternoon's team lineups, starting with our visitors, Australia. Number 62, Travis Head. Number 2, James Brayton McGurk. 3, Josh English. 42, Cameron Green. 17, Marcus Stoinis. 85, Tim David. 20, Aaron Hardy. 8, Mitch Mark. 77, Sean Abbott. 88, Adam Samper. And number 15, Xavier Bartlett. And now, the team lineup for Scotland. Starting with 93, George Munsey. 49, Michael Jones. Number 21, Brandon McCullum. At 44, the skipper, Richie Berrington. 24, Charlie Tier. 29, Michael Reese. Number 51, Mark Watts. 13, Chris Greaves. Number 69, Chris Soule. 58, Brad Wheel. And number 4, Brad Curry. A reminder that Cricket Scotland condemns discrimination of any kind. Everyone should be made to feel welcome on and off the cricket field, and no one should be subjected to any form of abuse. Racist or discriminatory language or behaviour will not be tolerated. Let's call out discrimination and enjoy the sport we love in a safe and respectful environment. All spectators should be reminded that anyone wishing to leave the venue at any stage this afternoon must get a wristband from the entrance before you leave. A wristband and your ticket will allow you to re-enter the venue later should you wish to do so. If you do leave the venue, then any bag that you re-enter with will be subject to the same bag restrictions as on first entry and will be subject to a search. Your understanding in complying with all requests from our security officials is very much appreciated, and a reminder to all spectators that smoking is not permitted at any time whilst inside the venue today. If you've just entered the ground, then welcome along. The excitement is building here at the Great.
the stunning city of Edinburgh, one of the most beautiful venues in the world, home of the Grange, the setting for this historic three-match T20 international series between Scotland and Australia. Well, those drone shots were from a few days ago. It's slightly different weather here today in Edinburgh. There's been thick fog this morning, fans rugged up. That has caused a slight delay in the start to proceedings here at the Grange, but it stayed clear enough that we will be getting underway shortly. Should be a packed house today as Scotland look to bounce back from what was, let's face it, a bit of a caning from Australia. But they will no doubt be hoping Richie Berrington's men can make amends today. They were all here in force on the first day. A new look bowling attack, but they had some success. Scotland, well, they made starts. There was a lot of fun had here, I can tell you. Fans from both sides. There was a wicket first up, but then Travis Head in full beast mode. It really was something to behold. And Scotland chased down a target in less than 10 overs. Here's a look at how things panned out. As you can see, those starts I mentioned from Scotland. 3 wickets for Sean Abbott. And a very new look Australian bowling attack, but in reply, there it is. Travis Head, 80 of 25. Mitch Marsh, no slouch either. In the end, Australia racing to a 7-wicket victory. Well, a little while earlier, Andrew Leonard was out in the middle with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Okay, time for the toss, and the great news is we still have a full T20 international despite the slightly delayed start. The captains are alongside me in the middle. Richie Berrington of Scotland, Mitchell Marsh of Australia, and the ICC match referee, Sir Richie Richardson. Richie, you've got the coin, give it a toss.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it comes down as a tail. Sorry, Richie. Barrow, you've won the toss. Can you tell me what you're going to do, please, and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a look to have a ball first. A little bit of moisture on the surface, and obviously with a few overhead conditions, hopefully we can make use of anything in that wicket nice and early today. And yeah, I think just from the other day, looking to maybe execute a little bit better from the start.
It was a very difficult day, wasn't it? But maybe with that overhead conditions and very Scottish weather, you can hope to turn things around today?
Yeah, look, it's got a very Scottish feel about it. But yeah, I think it's still going to be a good surface today, so we're going to have to be on the money with that execution. But as I say, hopefully we can start well today and create a little bit of pressure with a few early wickets. As a ground we know really well, so we get a few more things, better plans in place for what's ahead of us. But yeah, we're looking forward to another opportunity to bounce back and come back strong.
A couple of your county contingent have come into the squad. Do you have any changes today? Can you remember them all?
Yeah, we've got a few. We've got Michael Jones coming into the team. Charlie Tier comes in to take the gloves. We've got Bradley Curry coming in, Chris Greaves and Christopher Soule.
5 changes, that's a hell of a memory. Thank you very much.
Thank
okay, Mitchell, come in and have a chat to me as well. Would you have done the same? Would you have had a bowl?
We would have had a bowl, yeah.
Yeah, okay, tell us about these conditions, very different to what you've been used to.
Yeah, I feel a long way from Perth, that's for sure. But you know, you play all around the world, you come across different conditions, so yeah, it's, as Richie said, it's got a very Scottish feel to it.
That was a very comprehensive victory. Are you going to be able to repeat that today? It's a much stronger Scottish side they have out today.
Yeah, I hope so. As I said at the start of the tournament, we've got a lot of respect for them. They've got a few players that come back in today. For us, it's the same old stuff. We focus on what we can do, hopefully get off to a good start and then have a good day.
Final question, any team news from you today?
Aaron Hardy comes in for Riley Meredith.
Mitch, always nice to see you.
Cheers, mate.
Okay, that's the news from the middle. Richie Berrington, the captain of Scotland, he's won the toss. He's going to have a ball first.
So there is the news, and you can understand why Richie Berrington would choose to bowl first. There are the team lineup. So 5 changes in that Scottish side. Michael Jones and Brad Curry coming up north of the border after playing in their English for their English teams down south. Charlie Tier coming in for Matt Cross. Chris Soule is fit and back playing as well. It's a different looking side. Chris Greaves coming in as well. And I'm joined again by Andrew Leonard. Just the one change, Lenny, for Australia. You can understand why. But Aaron Hardy coming in for Riley Meredith.
Yeah, well, remarkable. 5 changes, isn't it? Good afternoon, Mel. Good afternoon, everyone. 5 for Scotland, just the 1 for Australia. And the 5 changes will hopefully bring about a change in fortunes for the home side. You have to say, with those overhead conditions, a huge toss, potentially, that might just bring Scotland into the game. Hard to even envisage or imagine after such a heavy defeat in the first game of the series 2 days ago. But this is the wonder of T20 cricket. No Safian Sharif yet in the series, but 5 changes in total, including Matthew Cross, the vice-captain, missing out. Going to be good to see young Charlie Tear, and I have to say, another marvellous atmosphere building up here.
Yeah, it really is. They're flocking in. It was a full house predicted for Saturday, but this fog has not deterred the fans from coming in here, hoping to see a reversal of fortunes for Scotland. That man there, keep your eye on him, Brad Curry. He might be very significant, left arm seamer, swinging the ball into the right-handers. You can imagine he'll be enjoying these conditions. Took a couple of wickets for Surrey and then jumped on a plane and came up here arriving last night.
A few optimistic fans as well with the shorts on. But what did we witness 2 days ago, Mel? It was quite phenomenal. And you think of some of the records that were broken, world records mainly being set by this man, although a little helping hand from Mitchell Marsh to Travis Head was sensational. The highest power play in the history of any T20 international, 113 they posted, and remember, that was after being none for one. And Travis Head himself, he had a record 16 boundaries during the power play. Nobody's ever done that in a men's T20 international. It's the fastest ever that Australia have chased down, more than 150. His 73 not out was the highest by any batter in a power play as well. That goes past the 67 by Paul Stirling against the West Indies in 2020. And at one stage, the two of them combined, Marsh and Head, for 16 consecutive boundaries. It was carnage, Mel.
Well, I said at the top of the show, it was Travis Head in full beast mode. And it was actually beast mode on steroids. It was phenomenal hitting. It wasn't even the fact that Scotland were bowling poorly. Even good balls were going, such as the form he is in at the moment. Australia will be looking for him to do the same again.
You're pretty close to a sellout again today, Mel, and I think there's maybe just a handful of tickets on the gate and a couple left for Saturday. 3 grand occasions, 3 brilliant occasions for Scottish cricket, and you would think that with these kind of conditions that are going to be very alien, Mitchell Marsh said at the toss there, he feels a long way from Perth, which he rightly is. Just wonder, could maybe Scotland come into this game? Could they square the series? They've never beaten Australia at any level, remember.
Well, the thing I was really impressed about, talking to quite a few of the Scottish players afterwards, you know, there was not a single dropped head in that Scottish squad. They're embracing this. One of them said to me that, you know what, there's no point walking around and thinking you're the top dog. When you're playing other associate nations and you're having big wins, there's always a bigger dog in town, and they are embracing the opportunity to test themselves against this side, and I think that's hugely positive and something for the fans to remember. Vast disparity in the resources available to these two sides. Scotland want to get better. They're having a really good look close up at the standard which they're aiming for.
A little bit of news from the Australian setup as well. There will be no sign for the moment anyway, one of their travelling squad. We'll give you more on that in a moment, because we're asking everyone to stand for the national anthems of both Australia and Scotland. Well, spine-tingling stuff here. There's a cinematic air in and around the Grange club grounds. It is quite remarkable what we're in for here. And there's just maybe a hint in the air of something special, an opportunity for Scotland. They got so close in St. Lucia 48 hours ago. They were blitzed away beyond belief, and Travis Head maybe settled a few scores. There was some confident predictions in the pre-match build-up from the likes of Mark Watts and Michael Leask. That might just have got the Australians' blood ticking, and Travis Head came out with a vengeance and smashed Scotland to smithereens. Now here's the kids. The kids are going to see them out. They are from the All-Stars and the Dynamo Cricket. 800 plus kids from clubs across Scotland will get a moment they won't forget now. A little guard of honour for the players. The Saltire is being flown. There is Nick, the Cricket Scotland development manager. This will be something they will never forget, a once-in-a-lifetime experience for them. And maybe a little punch of the gloves from Jake Fraser McGurk or Travis Head, and a high five from some of the Scottish players. It's all set for a fantastic Friday here at the Grange Club. Are we about to witness something very special, or will Scotland be held to account again by Australia? Australia huge favourites, but there's just an air, something in the air potentially, Mel Farrell.
The build-up here has been brilliant, Lenny. Just the atmosphere that they've created. The crowd as well. Certainly still got chills. I love that Scottish anthem, the Flower of Scotland. They love to make Australia think again. But hey, perhaps in some of that pre-match talk before the first one, I always say be careful about poking the bear. If the bear was Travis Head, his growl was something to behold here. Jake Fraser McGurk, he'll be out there with Travis Head, looking to do a little bit better than he did in the first one. He's out for a duck. Just a victim of the swing of Brandon McMullen. And a good opportunity for him. This series is so much about opportunity for Australia. Quite a new look side, particularly the bowling attack, but for this young man as well. Making his debut in this series. We'll definitely want to get rid of some of those zeros, though. Add to those columns. He's a precocious talent. Ricky Ponting bringing him over to the IPL this year, and he absolutely caned it. But this man, speaking of caning it, what a monstrous bat he is. In the form of his life at the moment, 9 runs away from notching up 1,000 T20 international runs. And he's just, well, phenomenal at the moment in every form of the game.
He really is the true modern all-format player. Now it's going to be Brandon McMullen to get things going from the pavilion end again. It worked to Fraser McGurk a couple of days ago, hold out to Charlie Castle. 1 of 5 changes, Castle out of the team. We're all set for game 2. And immediate runs, and it's going to be a boundary through the offside. Fraser McGurk throws his hands at it. Was at a catchable height, but no gully or backward point really in place. The man's quite square there. Leask at point. Really, for Australia, more of the same. 4 from the very first ball.
Well, Jake Fraser McGurk gets his international career off the mark with a boundary. Just enough width. He's able to steer it clear of the fielder there. So that'll be a nice little nerve settler for him.
Squares him up. It's not quite a gully in place, is it? It's sort of a short third, almost hanging on the edge of the circle there, Mark Watt. Hard to get across how special the atmosphere is here at the Grange, despite the weather being so different to 2 days ago. The sun was out. Today the fog has held up play by about 30 minutes, but we still have all 20 overs.
Come on, Lenny, don't be soft. You've got your beanie on, but they're hardy up here. This isn't going to worry them.
I am freezing here. Good diving stop, and maybe a few in the crowd suspecting that that was a catch. It's the captain, the only man with more than 300 caps to his name for his country, Richie Berrington. 5 changes to the squad. The 5, to me, certainly we expected 2 or 3, but 5 is an awful lot.
Yeah, they've rung in the changes dramatically. It's an interesting balance to the side too, Lenny.
Just squares him up. There is a bit of movement on offer. A good straight line too. Maybe the biggest surprise is the change of gloveman. No Matthew Cross, the vice-captain, goes out. In comes young Charlie Tier from Sussex.
Yeah, a huge opportunity for him, and you can see him keeping up to the stumps, which is what Matt Cross did in the first game as well. Just hoping the ball didn't really swing much in that first match a couple of days ago, and they're hoping for a bit more this time, but keeping up to the stumps, big task.
Good diving stop. Scotland look a different unit. I know it's very early in this contest, but certainly they were just shell-shocked, blown away, weren't they, by Head and Marsh's pyrotechnics. Really good start from McMullen. Just 5 from the first over means McGurk will keep the strike. 1 in the books. It's 5 for none.
That's the end of the first Australia.
For Australia, a bit of news as well. Mel just touching it before. The Anthems didn't get to finish the point, but we are not going to see Nathan Ellis in this series, or indeed down in England. He's picked up a hamstring injury whilst playing in the 100.
Yeah, a hamstring tendon injury, and is going to be replaced by Riley Meredith for that T20 series in England starting next week in Southampton, and Josh Hazelwood joining them as well.
Immediately we'll see one of the 5 changes into action, with Brad Curry getting the new ball on the nursery end of the ground. Curry, he's a huge asset, isn't he? Every side in the modern T20 game wants a left-arm seamer.
Yeah, and his emergence for Scotland, it's almost been like the missing link. Now, I'm not saying he's ape-like, he's anything but that, but he has been the missing link, I think, for this Scotland attack. Took a couple of wickets for Sussex and then jumped on the plane up here, gets the ball swinging, if it's going to swing, into the right-hander. So this is the matchup that Scotland will have been looking for early.
Fraser McGurk, he's known as an incredibly dynamic, hard-hitting batter, but these will be just a little alien, these conditions, to say the least. It was the IPL where he really made his mark after that call-up to replace David Warner for the Dubai Capitals in the ILT20. Nicely played, a hand on it from cover point. I think that's Michael Jones there, but doesn't get enough of it to cut off the boundary. That's how hard Fraser McGurk's hit it, and Jones is wringing his hand in pain.
That stung a little bit. Just aggression that you would expect from him. He's played a couple of ODIs for Australia. I think Australians, and welcome if you're joining us from Australia, remember that 41 off 18 in just his second game against the West Indies in Canberra.
There are 2 men allowed outside the circle at this stage of any T20I. Deep square, long on he's going with. That's because of that natural shape back in. Challenge now for Curry is going to be this man. He's set tongues wagging across the cricket world again, hasn't he, Travis Head? Quite remarkable, the ball striking that we saw. 80 off 25, 17 boundaries, 78 of those 80 runs, Mel. They came when the ball went to the rope, just 2 singles in there.
We've seen a lot of brilliant innings from Travis Head. That really was extraordinary. Just the clean striking, good balls. He just made look like he had them on an absolute string.
Down the leg side, really good take. And that will give Tier some confidence. Cross's glove work is exemplary, and the youngster from Sussex County Cricket Club will have plenty to do to be even close to as good as the vice-captain. Is this a bit of rest and rotation, or maybe just a nod to the future with Charlie Tier coming in?
Yeah, perhaps a bit of that. His precocious little talent is Charlie Tier. I don't think anyone doubts that. And I know he's been raring to have a go.
Bowls him. straight through. Hero one day, and it's literally zero the next for Travis Head. It's a little nip backer. Great plans from Curry. He leaps with delight, and he brings the Scottish crowd to life.
And no wonder, because they have seen up close and personal what this man can do to you. But Brad Curry, if anyone is going to be able to get that ball moving, it's him, straight through. You don't see that happen to Travis Head very often. He knows it too. That is a huge scalp for Scotland and a terrific start. So Head departs for a duck, and Australia 11 for 1.
Well, we said there was just something in the air, didn't we? There's an awful lot of cricket to be played yet, but an early Australian wobble, the man who obliterated 80 off 25 48 hours ago, he's gone for a second ball duck. Funny old game. Josh Inglis comes to the crease, a change in the batting order too. Mitchell Marsh, who came in at number 3 a couple of days ago, he's dropping down. Leg side wide. Brad Curry's a very talented young cricketer, isn't he? Outstanding fielder, very handy bowler too. He's got a little bit of swagger as well, Mel.
I was just about to say that. You took that last line out of my mouth. He does have a bit of a swagger, but just in a really cheerful way. He's so competitive, confident, just his ability to swing the ball, the angles that he can get as well.
This is carved away, going to be carved away for 4. Intentionally hit into the air down towards the hospitality tent to our right, and that'll give Inglis a bit of confidence. Boundary from his first legal delivery.
We've spoken a bit about the new look Australian bowling lineup, but beautiful hands from Inglis on that occasion. And this is a real opportunity this tour for Inglis. Instead of Matthew Wade, selectors haven't said that Matthew Wade's time has passed either. So this is an opportunity for Inglis to stake his claim.
Probably pitched outside leg, just almost half an appeal. End of the second over. It's a wicket taking over for Scotland. It's 16 for 1. Get one more look at this delivery. Curry is known to take it away from the left-handers. This one's just nipped back in, isn't it?
Yeah, it has. The ability to swing it both ways. Good movement from him. And Travis Head, you just don't see him miss too many of those. He didn't miss anything in that first match, but good movement from Curry. Huge scalp. Now, Brad Curry was able to exploit these swinging conditions. Scotland will be looking for McMullen to do the same.
Good stroke. Takes the aerial route again. Going to get 4. Hits it into funny areas, Fraser McGurk. He's not exactly orthodox by any stretch, but he can be very effective when he gets going. Exciting to see what lies ahead for this young man. Think about the balance of this Scotland lineup, Mel. Probably a little surprised to see as many changes. Do you feel they're taking too many bowling options in? We're seeing Brandon McMullen already bowl 2 here. He's going to bat at number 3. When you think of Leask and Greaves in the team too, they probably have 7 bowling options. Yeah, you almost feel as though they're one light in the batting department. Big swing and a miss. Good glove work again from Tier. And what we saw in the first game was once Richie Berrington left, there was a bit of a collapse, and it's that depth in batting that Australia are able to exploit if the top order does not fire. Well, you don't need to be a lip reader to see, oh my God, was the words from McMullen. Now, an appeal towards square leg, not given. We do not have third umpire in place, remember.
What that was, in any case, was some very sharp work by Charlie Tear. Keeping up to the stumps, as we've mentioned a few times, something that Matt Cross has almost made an art form of. And what it does do is reminds them, here we go, another look at it now. He was safe the whole time, but that was sharp work.
The umpire Ryan Milne in the hot seat there, and a good decision, no doubt about that. But there's definitely signs already. It's not that this pitch is going to be a bad one by no stretch, but just purely because of the atmospheric conditions and everything going on climatically in and around the ground. Can get all 4 seasons in one day up here, and when we peeled back the curtains at the team hotel this morning, well, it was like we were inside some kind of Tupperware bowl. There was fog all the way around the Edinburgh Hills, and it feels like a massive toss to win, Mel Farrell. It really does. Scotland look calmer, they look more composed, they look confident. They're still going to have to play incredibly well to push Australia. There's just something in the air. I'm calling it early. Might see a real contest today. Edged. Now Jones goes back. Can he hold on? No! It wasn't easy. Most difficult catch you can take going over your shoulder. We'll get a look in a moment. It's 22 for 1.
That's the end of the third over.
Well, you talk about something in the air, Lenny. It was the ball, but looking straight up into the fog. I think it might have made it difficult to judge, especially running back full pelt. Disappointed McMullen. He's come close a couple of times.
Well, big moment in the game. Fraser McGurk has been put down on 14. Not easy, not even certain whether he got a hand on it or not, Michael Jones. It was a nothing shot, really. He got squared up again for the 3rd or 4th time by Brandon McMullen. More action, and this time it's Berrington looking at it. I think it might have been Chris Sola. Initially thought it was Michael Jones. Just wondering, can we get one more look at the half chance? Did he get anything on it in the end, Mel?
I'm not sure that he did, but it would be, yeah, if we could have another look at that one again. I was a bit worried that Chris Soul might have actually hurt himself a little bit in that attempt. He was sort of moving his neck around afterwards.
Yeah, this has gone a long, long way up. Has he got enough of it? He doesn't think so. Long on, nestles underneath it. It's Soul again. And somehow he hangs on. Redemption in a matter of moments for the man back into the starting 11. He juggled it. It can't be easy in these conditions, but both openers are back in the hutch and Scotland are on top.
Well, every Scottish breath was inhaled then in this stadium, and he had to juggle it. Boy, oh boy, that was close. Curry thought he might be the key man today. He's struck twice. This is a good start for Scotland. Fraser McGurk departs for 16. It's 23 for 2.
What have we got on our hands here? We've got a real contest all of a sudden. Big toss to win, a few changes to the Australian order. Mitchell Marsh has dropped himself down. And the early wobble is maybe turning into a bit of trouble. Fraser McGurk follows head back to the hutch. Never really looked settled, did he? Jake Fraser McGurk. And Chris Soul, moments after dropping him off Brandon McMullen, somehow and just about clings on. Cameron Green's going to be promoted up the order to number 4. There's a real air of anticipation building around the Grange Club grounds. This is a fantastic start, Mel, for Scotland, and I think you and I, building up to today, we felt there would be a different performance today from the Scots.
Well, 5 changes is obviously going to make a difference, but I mentioned it before, just the fact that there were no dropped heads. There was no one walking around feeling sorry for themselves. Despite that, they want to test themselves against this side, and having the fresh blood come in as well, in the likes of Brad Curry, Michael Jones, just also might just lift them a little bit.
Yeah, and just as you saw that one delivered, you can actually see almost a bit of fog coming right across the square. Now, Mel, you know I do nothing but commentate on cricket around the world. I have never seen that before in my life. So do not adjust your TV sets or your BBC iPlayer at home. It literally came right across the pitch, didn't it?
You keep saying there's something in the air. Yes, it's called fog, Lenny. Fog. Wow, I thought it might have been barbecue smoke at one point.
Australia not finding their timing. It's every indication this will still be a good batting surface. The average T20 score here is 170 in a first innings. But Curry has struck twice, and this was the second blow. Where's Fraser McCurk trying to hit here?
Oh, he's just trying to go straight down over, long on. He just couldn't, he just got underneath that big bottom hand. But what Curry is doing is he's managing to draw quite a few inside edges, just getting that ball to nibble around a bit in this thick air.
Another edge, the call is yes. And the throw guns to the non-striker's end, well wide of the stumps. It's another wicket taken over. Curry has had a big impact coming back into the starting 11. 4 have been bowled, 26 for 2. Big call here, Mel, if you're Richie Berrington. Do you keep McMullen and Wheel going? Excuse me, McMullen Curry going? Do you turn to Wheel?
It is a big call because Curry's been so effective. I almost think he's going to be more effective up top just because of the swing that he generates. I wonder when we'll see Chris Soule as well. Express pace.
I don't mind this. I don't mind them continuing with Brandon McMullen. You think in the modern T20 franchise circuit, you'll very rarely see the same bowler bowl 3 in a row in the power play. In fact, often they don't even bowl 2 from the same end in the power play. Captains want to mix it up. But these are Scottish conditions. This is, you know, some Dutch fans will argue, maybe the best associate side in the world. Scotland and Netherlands certainly up there alongside the likes of Nepal and Namibia. Some brilliant cricketers going around. We saw them at the T20 World Cup. We saw what USA did there. You get a full member side, a top 2 or 3 in the world side like we have here in the shape of Australia, the reigning 50 over world champions. You get them into your own conditions, into Scottish conditions, almost dictate the tempo and play in the way in which you want to play. I think this is a good call.
Yeah, and just with the conditions as they are, the air so thick, Mullen and Curry, do you think that they are the ones to exploit them?
Oh, what a difference 48 hours makes from a weather perspective. At this stage, in the 5th over the power play, we were having to rapidly search what records were going to be broken because Travis Head was hitting every single thing at least to the rope, if not over it. That heavy fog is just sitting on top of the ground. It's making things very difficult for Australia.
It's fun. I love it, Lenny. This is great. And I'm not soft like you. I don't need a beanie to keep me warm. I'm relishing this. And I'm wanting to see a really good contest between these two sides.
Just look more composed as well. It's easy to look composed when things are going your way, but Berrington taking his time there, getting his field right with McMullen. And everything all of a sudden going Scotland's way. I think even despite of the weather, Mel, you'd still think Australia are going to be thinking north of 160, 170 at least they'll want.
Oh, absolutely, and the thing is there's plenty of batting depth in that Australian lineup. They've mixed it around. Remember, they've still got Mitch Marsh in the shed.
Good stroke. Gets it through the covers and will get 4. Just giving himself a bit of room outside leg stump. He breaks the pressure that was building on him. 3 consecutive dots, and now it's a first boundary for Cameron Green.
Yeah, just backed away, gave himself some room, enough width to be able to clear the infield. Hasn't played as many T20s for Australia as you might think. It's just played 9.
No ball called. This looks like a front foot no ball to me, which for someone at McMullen's pace, will be very disappointed with that. Good piece of bowling it was as well, because he followed Green, but because he's overstepped, the free hit will now follow.
And Cameron Green will relish this as well. Those long limbs of his. Power as well. Mention the fact he hasn't played a lot of T20 internationals for Australia. Of course, so valuable in every format. To think he's actually forced Steve Smith to open really in Test cricket in an attempt to accommodate him in that Australian Test side. So very valuable player for Australia.
Free hit. It's another no ball. Brandon McMullen cannot believe it. He's got his hands on his hips, and he's wondering if it is for a front foot overstep again, and it appears as though it is. 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. The field can change this time because it's a different batter on strike, but these are costly moments for Scotland, even if they haven't been punished fully yet.
I was about to congratulate him on bowling that free hit ball pretty well. Good Yorker, but umpire called it straight away. There's just a little chat going on now between Berrington. George Munsey's in there as well, talking to McMullen. So just a little reset. I have made a change. They've brought Long On up into the circle now.
Well, remarkable innovation. It is off a free hit, so you don't have the risk of losing your stumps. We'll pick up a couple of runs. The reverse scoop gone for. Can't remember McMullen overstepping much. 2 costly moments. Could have been worse. The 2 free hits going for a single and for 2.
Yeah, they've actually got out of that pretty well, but Australia don't need any freebies. So they won't want to give them too many more opportunities with extras. And then compounding that with the free hits as well for the no balls.
Credit to Ryan Milne, the standing umpire. It's an all Scottish officiating team, on field and reserve umpire, overseen by the ICC match referee, Sir Richie Richardson. Miscued out towards the offside, gets McMullen out of his 3rd over. He's going to have none for 21. And Australia move to 36 for 2. Give us a sense of the scale of challenge for a side like Scotland, one of the best associates in the world, playing one of the best full members in the world now.
I think it's almost hard to describe how different it is for these 2 countries. In Australia, there are so many resources available. For Scotland, they operate on the margins of world cricket, it has to be said.
And those challenges, the differences, if you will, between kind of one of the leading full members in the world in Australia and one of the leading associates, it's not just financial, it's I suppose the professional contracts that come with that, it's the facilities and the fixture opportunities then too.
And that's why this particular series is so important. The opportunity to be able to play higher quality usually only comes around at World Cups. And I've heard some of the players talk before about not wanting to be that side that does well at a World Cup, and people say, oh yeah, Scotland are all right. They want to be at the forefront all the time. But even the depth underneath, you look at, I think it's the domestic structure where you see a real difference.
Yeah, that's an outstanding stroke, and it's going to go all the way. Immediate innovation from Inglis, who just scoops it over his shoulder, gets into position early. It was a back of a length delivery from Brad Whale. We're going to look to exploit this 6th and final over the power play. What a shot this is, Mel.
Yeah, just helped it on its way, really. Quickly moved the feet, whipped the ball over his shoulder. A change in bowling. Hasn't worked yet. Came in for some punishment, Brad Wheel, in that opening match for 19 and a half and over off his 2 overs.
Yeah, there wasn't many Scottish bowlers that avoided the carnage, really. Maybe just Mark Watts. This one's flicked off his hip. 6th over in the modern T20 game tends to be a very important one. Good running will get Inglis back for the second. They won't be overly displeased with the run rate given the conditions, in and around 8 and over, but they want a big final 6th over, and they want to make sure they don't lose a 3rd wicket at the same time.
Oh, the old 3 wickets in the power play. Yeah, the statistics do show that, but yeah, quite often I'm not sure if that always takes into consideration the depth of the batting side, and we know that Australia does have that. Scotland would dearly love to take 3 in the power play, though. So Wheel just pulls out of that. But yeah, talking about the difference, that domestic structure, I mean, players who are on state contracts in Australia would be earning more than the players here playing for Scotland. And yeah, it's a vast disparity.
Really well struck. He gets it in front to square and will get good reward too. It's gone all the way. Wheel maybe not quite at the pace to test out that part of the pitch, and Leask had just been sent a couple of yards behind square. The 50s come up here in the 6th over.
Yeah, Australia trying to make hay with the last over of the power play and the fielding restrictions in place. And the problem is that's a shorter ball, but when it's not swinging for Wheel and doesn't have the express pace of a Chris Soule, Australians just able to pick them up and dispatch them.
Nice off drive and beats the dive of the man at mid-off. Might have got something on it but didn't get enough. It's George Munsey there. All of a sudden there's a few concerned looking Scottish fans in the background. Wheel being given some harsh treatment by Josh Inglis.
Yeah, it's really, really targeting Wheel. This time just maybe a little over-pitched, compensating for the previous ball. Firmly driven.
No, the immediate call between the two. Yeah, you think of what there is to come in this Australian batting lineup, as you rightly said, Mel. Really, except Glenn Maxwell, there's no one missing. David Warner's gone now. It's the bowling that has inexperience. That will be the thing that should give Scottish fans hope. If, it's a big if, they can restrict this Australian batting lineup to something that they could conceivably chase. All of a sudden the power play, the final over, is maybe just tilting Australia's way. Tests out the bouncer again. Now fine leg is back, so it'll just be a single. That will round out the first power play. We'll have a change in commentary as well. 6 have been bowled, 55 for 2.
That's the end of the power play. After 6 overs, Australia are 55 for 2. Change of bowling, coming into the attack from the pavilion end, Mark Watts.
Well, change of bowling, a left armour, Mark Watt coming into the attack. Change in the commentary box as well. Delighted to have Ali Evans, Scotland international, in here with us today. Welcome, Ali.
Hi Mel, good to be here. Lovely Scottish conditions. They're going to bring the Aussies all the way up here. We're going to show them they have to play in any elements we can provide.
And that one's just caressed all the way. There you go, sir. Do your job. Don't spill your beer. Mark Watt's not happy about it though.
Yeah, into the attack, Mark Watts. He was the only one who came out with any real dignity in his figures the other day. He won't be happy with that. Brandon McMillan, very good fielder there at backward point, sprawling across the ground, quite can't go get a hand to it. You can see Mark a little bit frustrated there, but we know that Scotland are going to rely heavily on Mark through these middle overs.
And just back foot punch. And of course, there was quite a bit of talk out there about Mark Watt. And that ball to Inglis, backing away, not playing it. People having very strong opinions over whether or not he should be allowed to do that, whether the ball should have been counted rather than being called a dead ball. You see the umpire with the arm out there now.
Yeah, stroked nicely down the ground there by Green. I mean, as a bit of a misfield out long off, and that will not make Mark Watt any happier. Michael Lease down a long off there, attacking the ball, trying to get the throw in, just lost his grip, and that will not be a boundary that Scotland want to see again.
Michael Lease, one of the best fielders as well, but just got a little awkward bounce on that occasion. Yeah, so the Mark Watt thing has been very interesting, and the umpire is holding his arm out at the moment. I think that is in response to make it really clear.
Well, I think that the point about that is that Ryan Milner, the umpire, can hold his hand out there as long as he wants. And as they run for two, run opportunity, direct hit. And even without the third umpire available today, we know that direct hits tend to mean that the batter can be in trouble. Chris Soule is one of the quickest, if not the quickest player we have across the ground. And a direct hit, I think he might have been struggling.
Now, they were certainly pushing a very tight one. Response from Mark Watt, who was quite tidy against Australia. It's an expensive first over from him, though, on this occasion. That one's just slapped away, but there's protection in the deep. They thought about a second, but they'll settle for one. And that's the end of the over. Watt's first, 12 coming from it at 67 for 2. I'm sure, Ali, you've got strong thoughts on whether or not Mark Watt, about batters pulling out of those shots to Mark Watt.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say before we had that run-out opportunity that it doesn't matter if the umpire's going to hold his arm out. The way that Mark bowls that ball is he rushes and bowls it just before the stumps. Yeah, and we can see that when Mark wants to rush the batter, it doesn't matter whether the umpire's arm is up or not. He will do it at any point. He can bowl it from 20 yards, he can bowl it from 28 yards, he can bowl it wherever he wants. So I think that is actually the irrelevant part. For me, the other day, it was really, really obvious that the batter was looking up. He was when the ball was delivered, he was in his stance, he was looking at the bowler. There is absolutely no reason within the laws of the game that the bowler's done anything wrong. You know, as a bowler myself, I get very frustrated when I see batters being able to move around willy-nilly as they want. They can change the angle of where they're batting from. So I feel a bit sorry for Mark there.
Just gets on top of that one. Guides it away. Well, I mean, I can tell you that the laws committee of the MCC met yesterday. It was a pre-scheduled meeting, if you like, one that they have regularly. And they did discuss that particular incident, and looking through it, had felt that Inglis had looked down as Mark Watt gathered, and so the umpire was right to say that, or judged that he had adequate reason to not play at the shot. But what they did say, I just had an email from them, and I will try and explain this over as well. More innovation, and that is beautifully played. Inglis is on fire today. He's taken over the Travis Head role.
Yeah, brilliant innovation again. We've seen it already play at the more conventional ramp to wheel in the last over. This time he goes reverse to great effect. We saw him doing it against McMullen in McMullen's last over and didn't quite time it. With the extra pace of wheel and with third man up in the circle, he was very comfortable to know even a quarter of the bat was going to get him rewards. And we see now the change in the field as Jones at third man comes back onto the rope.
How does Brad Wheel respond, because he's under the pump here? More runs on offer. Will just be the single though. Well fielded in the end. Now go back to that. So the MCC has said that they felt it was reasonable that the umpire made the decision and that Inglis had backed out, was not ready for the shot. But they have said that umpires can say something to the batter after the first time such a ball is bowled and tell them to be ready for it. Tell them to be ready and could expect such a delivery. So he hurt himself there, or I hope not, Michael Jones, because he's coming into this side, been highly anticipated. Just holding that shoulder there. We'll keep an eye on that.
He has had shoulder problems as Michael Jones in the past, and he's worked hard to be able to come back and recover from that as they look to run two again. Yep, taking the arm on, very, very well completed second there from Inglis. But yeah, this is potentially worrying signs for Scotland, because I said this is not the first time that Michael Jones has had shoulder problems before.
Yeah, he's in front of us at the moment and he's still feeling it. A few grimaces as well from Michael Jones. The physio's just come around to have a chat with him. He doesn't look comfortable at all. That's going to be a single to finish up the over from Brad Wheel. It's another expensive one. It's gone for 31 so far. Australia after 8, 79 for 2. And he's fielded just in front of us, Michael Jones, and he is smiling. Grimaces have gone, but definitely the doctor has just come over as well. So he's going to get a little bit of treatment here, Michael Jones. Yeah, a bit of concern for Michael Jones in that shoulder. Physio and doctor on hand to just make sure he's okay as Mark Watt continues. Now, I didn't get to finish that that little thought from the MCC. With Mark Watt, if he bowls that 25-yard delivery and the batter pulls out, the umpire can warn the batter to expect another delivery like that. If he bowls it again, then it should be a dot ball, not bowled if the ball hits the stumps. Cracked that one away.
So, yeah, we know how good Richie Berrington is at cover there. Whacked into the ground. Straight up and got hands to it, fingertips tapped over the bar, took all the pace off the ball, saved a definite boundary. But yeah, no, it's not the first time that Mark Watts had a situation like 2 days ago.
Yeah, we saw it in the World Cup. We've seen it a few times, but so if it happens again, a second time, say it bowls him, law says they still have the right to back away the batters. That one away, but that it should not be a dead ball, it should be a dot ball. But also, I think this is interesting, if the umpires feel a batter is deliberately refusing to be ready as an attempt to gain an advantage, you can get a 5-run penalty under the law around wasting time. Leans back, cracks that one well into the crowd. Watch out if you're out there, because that is a smoking from Inglis.
Yeah, and that brings up Inglis's 50, and fine style. He has played all around the ground today. You managed to give himself some room outside the leg stump, knowing that Watt is looking to target the stumps, trusts his hands, and with these short range boundaries, it was just a nice swing of the bat, and that's 50 for Inglis on only 20 deliveries. Mel, I've really liked how Inglis has gone about this innings. At no point has he let any of the batters settle thus far. He's immediately looked to take the initiative and put pressure back on the bowlers to regain control after those early Scotland wickets.
Yeah, coming into the side, it's just his second T20 International 50, Josh Inglis, replacing Matthew Wade, and he's been brilliant so far. End of the over from Mark Watt, Australia 90 for 2.
Yeah, and this is what Australia needed, a little counter-attack. Scotland taking early wickets, completely wrestling away the momentum from the game the other day, and they just been able to absorb a little bit of pressure hitting Inglis and Green, allowed Scotland to not be on top for too long, and as soon as he was able to know his own strengths, he went back to his game. And that shot there, taking his 50, for me is the shot of the innings. Classical batting, being able to give himself room to access the area granted to hit, and just all it was an extension of the arms. And as we keep saying, it's not a big hit as we start with a change of bowling. Chris Greaves comes in at the pavilion end.
Yeah, time for a bit of leg spin. Chris Greaves didn't bowl in the first T20 International, brought him for this game. Interesting move now, not going to the off spin of Michael Leask. He's an interesting cricketer, Chris Greaves. One of those makes things happen players.
Yeah, and that's what we'll see a lot of Chris, with the ability to bowl the googly and target the stumps. That's actually more of his stock ball, is running the ball back into the right-hander. He's been working hard to be able to spin the ball both ways, but in modern white ball cricket, keeping the stumps in play as a bowler is essential. So that's where a lot of his wickets LBW and bowled.
And he just goes with the spin just over the head and into the crowd. So Cameron Green getting in on the action now.
Yeah, 19 off 19 balls before that. That's enough for Cameron Green. He's given himself the platform and he's thinking now's the time to go. Nice, simple, stable base, swing of the bat. Greaves thought he was in there for a second and just over the top of McMullen at long on.
Might take some encouragement though, feeling that maybe he can get them holing out. But I've got to do something to stop this scoring. You mentioned the googlies. He probably 70 to 80% of his deliveries would be googlies, Chris Greaves.
Yeah, and those last two deliveries we've seen will be the length that he's looking to bowl. That's slightly short of a length where he's hitting the top of the stumps, hitting the bails, not allowing the batter to have that one-step hit length we talk about trying to avoid. Making sure that the batter has to do something from that length to try and score a boundary, putting the pressure on them through good lines and lengths.
Goes with the spin. Just going to be a single to round out the first over from Chris Greaves. 10 runs coming from it, brings up the 100 for Australia at the halfway mark. They are 100 for 2.
Yeah, and with Greaves coming into the side, we spoke about the balance of the Scotland side and where they were batter short earlier. I heard you and Lane talk about that. But bringing Greaves in, having Leask in there, having Watty in there, you have one of each. You have a left arm spinner, you have a leg spinner, and you have the off spinner. And that with the left arm seamer and the right arm seamers, you've got the full package there in that bowling. So Captain Richie Berrington can go to anyone he wants to, depending on situations.
Ten overs gone, 100 on the board. And Josh Inglis in particular has been in fine form, it must be said. An expensive day. Curry was excellent early on, picking up those 2 wickets, but they need more, it has to be said.
Yeah, and that's why we look at bringing into the attack Chris Soule. Now, Chris Soule is the X-factor bowler for Scotland. He has been seen regularly clocked over 90 miles an hour. So Richie Berrington going to his strike man. And already you can see the hurry up there. You know, it's the first time that the Australian batting lineup in either the last game or this game will have faced the sort of pace that they are used to expecting regularly round the world. So this is what Scotland need to do, and the fact that they can bring Soule in later in the innings, not having to open the bowling, is a real opportunity for them to be able to use their chess pieces, their pawns, in a different manner, because we can look at the swing early on and then we can bring the raw pace in the middle and at the death.
Yeah, just for Australians who are watching on Fox and KO, he does bowl above 150 kilometres an hour.
Yep. Brilliant fielding again from Berrington, the skipper at cover there. He's put himself on the high track of areas his whole career, over 300 games for Scotland now, Richie. The majority of them has either been at backward point or extra cover. So he likes to be in the high traffic areas. But going back to Chris Soule coming back into the team here, Mel, you know, he's coming back from a side injury. You know, he puts a lot of toll on his body. He works harder than anyone else to stay as fit as possible. But he'll just be sounding himself out there as he comes back into the team, and Scotland love having him back.
Just managing to beat a diving field up, still just a single. Chris Soule's actually spent quite a bit of time in Australia. He's got an Australian partner. He played club football in Melbourne. Club cricket in Melbourne, I should say. But he's been a real find for Scotland. Was brilliant in those World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe last year. And just having that express pace, it's a bit like Curry coming in, having that extra variation in the bowling attack. Short, carved away. If it's a bouncer, it's got to be good. And oh dear, that's one down. You got to watch the ball, but you've also got to watch what's around you.
I don't think he'll be living that down anytime soon. That's a highlight reel he'll want to forget. But as we can see, Chris Soule, he's got into the pitch there, but I think actually he's rolled his fingers over it. We've talked about his express pace here, Soule, and what he brings to the team, but 2 of his first 4 deliveries, as we see him go over his chair again, 2 of his first 4 deliveries, he's actually looked to take pace off the ball, which was not something we saw a huge amount in the first game when Scotland had ball in hand. Oh, and that's the angle that Soule loves to create. When he approaches the crease, often he will go wide of the crease. So he loses his front arm early in his action because he likes to be able to target the stumps, and actually the ability then to get that slight swing, that tail, he gets a lot of reverse swing, but that is the angle he looks to create. But when you're bowling at more than 150 kilometers an hour, Mel, when you then take pace off the ball, it's that much more effective.
They've run the first one hard, but that's going to be as far as it goes. The end of the over from Chris Soule. After 11, it's 109 for 2.
That's the end of the 11th over.
Ali,
Australia are 109 for 2.
I love a bit of irony at a ground. And when you see someone falling over a sign that says, "Ease my trip," it's pure poetry.
Only you, Mel, would be able to notice that. As we see again, no doubt him, he'll be buying the next round. What I liked about it, ease my trip, but at no point did he spill any beer around him anywhere. So if you're going to do it, you cannot spill your own beer, let alone anyone else's.
Oh, that's the pure definition of ease my trip. Make it so that you don't spill your beer.
Oh, it just needs the Benny Hill music under that, and I think there'll be a viral meme on Instagram or TikTok or one of these platforms that I don't have. But As we see a bowling change, just the one over from Greaves, the early wicket taker, Brad Curry, got the Scotland innings off to a great start, comes back in from the nursery end, left arm over the wicket. Width early, and now with being in the middle of the middle overs after the first 6, you can have your 5 fielders out, so unfortunately for Scotland there, Green can't capitalise on that width, but I think it's a good move bringing Curry back into the attack, Emil.
I do. It's just going to be interesting to see if the ball's doing as much at this stage, and I'm probably sure it's not, but he has been the one to be the most effective so far. What can he do with the ball this stage? Well, he carves that one away, and that's going to be a 1 bounce 4. So Curry getting a little bit of treatment now, coming back into the attack and not getting as much assistance. This is terrific stuff from Inglis.
Yeah, width again from Curry. We saw some shape back into the right-handed batters earlier, but obviously with the ball getting a little bit older, soft, we know it's wet conditions out there, the softness of the ball will be little swing on offer, so Curry here is just have to tighten up his line, look to hit the stumps.
It's just come off the inside portion of the bat, but they desperately need a breakthrough, you feel now. Interesting too, they've got Brad Curry coming in. Australia packed with right-handers. You sort of feel that Curry and Watt are the two who might challenge the most. That's certainly the matchup that you're looking for, isn't it? I love that little shimmy from Cameron Green. That's gone straight up. This should be out. It's in the air for an age, and it's taken. Brad Curry does strike again. It is his day here in Edinburgh, and removes the dangerous Green. Bowling change has worked.
Yeah, we just talked about the angle of the left-hander. We've got all these right-handed batters in the Australian innings, so here we go, bringing the left-hander back in. Couple of wide ones, couple of loose to start with, but as soon as he finds that line, Cameron Green hasn't really ever got going. He's only really ever hit that one big 6 we saw over long on. Apart from that, he's struggled to get his timing on this pitch. This tennis ball bounce we know we have at the Grange, and as he looks to go through the gears, he gets high on the bat, straight up into this misty sky, and Brad Curry makes absolutely no mistake. Cameron Green has to go for 36, Australia 115 for 3.
Well, it doesn't get any easier for Scotland because Marcus Stoinis has just come out. So Mitch Marsh again dropping himself down the order and giving Stoinis the opportunity. Of course, he was instrumental in getting Australia just out of a bit of bother when these two sides met in St Lucia. Gustavo for a quick single first up, but the throw is wide.
Yeah, Michael Jones there, but quick opportunity. We've seen Inglis run very well between the wickets so far, but we know as he grabs onto his shoulder there, and Jones not 100% with that right throwing shoulder of his. You could see a level of tentativeness as he went to throw the ball. And Inglis recognising that, scampers through and gets Marcus Stoinis off the mark.
Just a wristy little flick for Inglis and keeps a strike for the next over. But a good one from Curry, a few runs, but most importantly a wicket. He's 3 for 23. Australia after 12, 117 for 3.
We have a change in bowling at the pavilion end, returning to the attack, Mark Watt.
Mark Watt back into the attack, so they're going all left arm at the moment, Scotland. He's got enough on that to beat the infield. They're coming back for a second. Get there safely.
Yeah, excellent running once again. Inglis, he's really lifted the intensity of this Australia innings just with his running alone. A real hallmark of the way he plays.
And he goes down the track this time. It's going to be a test for Jones and that shoulder. He won't have to test it because the shot is too good.
Yeah, excellent from Inglis again. First time we've really seen anyone use their feet so far in this innings. He uses it to great effect. We talked about being a 360 player. We've seen those scoops, those ramps, hitting over extra cover, now using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball and looking to hit nice and straight.
This time just playing across the line, splitting the fielders in the outfield, and that's in the hospitality tent. I think he has spilled his beer. It's a red wine.
Oh, you don't want to spill that. That's those Edinburgh prices. You'll never know what that's going to cost you. But yeah, really clever from Inglis. Used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball, knew what would look to adjust, rocked back, waited for the length, and those quick hands to find the leg side boundary.
This really is spectacular from Inglis, given an opportunity. Of course, he's played for Australia before, but it's been a bit of a battle on for the wicketkeeper position. Many people have felt that Inglis's batting has been good enough for him to make the Australian side by virtue of that alone. Matthew Wade batting down the order usually for Australia, but Inglis, he's a top 5 batter. Getting the opportunity today.
Yeah, and it's the modern approach, isn't it, when it comes to wicket keeping? You know, 9 times out of 10, look at batting first and worry about glove work second. The explosive nature of batting is that you want those who are in those roles to be able to score and score quickly, and Inglis certainly has that in his armoury.
It's a dot ball to finish. And after 13 overs, Australia 128 for 3.
That's the end of the 13th over. Australia moving on to 128 for 3. Coming back into the attack from the nursery end, Chris Green.
Seven overs left. As Greaves comes back in, drags one down, and he's pumped. Well, a long, long way. Not the length you want to bowl to Inglis, who's been so quick at picking up that length. And it's a maximum and immediate pressure on Chris Greaves.
Yeah, Inglis does it again, recognising that he picks up length so quickly. The wicketkeeper, small man, small in stature, but he hits the ball one way. We know Greaves loves to bowl those googlies, those back of the lengths, try and skid on, rush the batter, but when surfaces like this, it's a little bit of tennis ball bounce. Doesn't always get the rush off the pitch that he's looking for. It sits up and Inglis punishes him.
Maybe a lost ball called for. You see George Munsey indicating in the background, yeah, that ball is gone, probably somewhere into the playing fields on the other side. You look at the way in which this innings is being constructed, Ali, by Australia. Inglis has been the backbone of it. Cameron Green was okay for 36, but never quite got going. Feels like a lot of the momentum changed in that 5th over from McMullen with the 2 no balls. Then the 6th went to Wheel, that went a long way. There are almost too many bowling options. We talked about it earlier.
I don't think you could have too many bowling options, particularly when me and Mel were talking about previously. When you've got one of each, and you've got the left arm seamer, right arm seamer, left arm spinner, you've got the leg spinner and the off spinner. I think the thing for me is that the ability for the bowlers having to be ready to come on and know that what they're going to deliver. As we see once again, Inglis go bang there, and I think for me there's not been enough consistency in runs and lengths. It's been too many free balls, and that's not taking away from Inglis. He has been on top. He has been looking to manipulate what the bowlers are doing. We've seen him ramp early on, put pressure back on the bowlers, then go more conventional. So even with 5 fielders out these days, the ability for batters to access wherever they want, you have to be on it as a bowler. You have to be clear with your plans and be happy to hit certain areas.
Nicely cut away. It will be Curry that will have to field, and because of the fumble, Inglis wants a second, but he won't get it. Ominously for Scotland, Inglis has actually never made a T20I 50. The one time he got to that landmark, he went on to make 100. That was against India last November. Been impressed, as you said, Ali, with the way in which he's picked up that length so quickly. Anything full he's gone down to, anything short he's dropped back. And for Scotland, there's pressure on them certainly. The run rate's hovering around 10 and over. Is the big, I suppose, ambition here to keep Australia under 200?
I think so. We know how small Grange is, and people talk about the average score 170 around there, but that's with a lot of historical numbers in there. If you look at actually the results both in the domestic and international cricket in the ground, where it's in a huge amount, you see those scores coming up. It's a very quick outfield, it's a small boundary, it's hard to defend on, so Scotland must be thinking, as we see more and more of this har burn off, runs will score quicker and the outfield will get quicker.
There's Andrew McDonald, the head coach of Australia. Tossed up, they pumped down the ground, long on is there, but it's going to go well to his left, and it's going to be 6 more, the second maximum of the over. Australia taking a liking to the wrist bin of Chris Greaves.
Yeah, we saw the 6 earlier from going that little bit too short, this time a little bit too full. Mark Stoice getting into early innings, but he's not going to miss out on a half volley, just a nice extension of the arms, and gets his first boundary of the innings.
It's a big over, runs from every delivery of it. 16 come from the 14th, it's 144 for 3. Is 200 chaseable then? Is that what you're telling me, Ali, here at this venue? If you're wondering about those boundary dimensions, it's not tiny, but it's not big either. Sort of 64 metres, 63 metres square, 62 down the ground.
I think 200 is absolutely chaseable on this. As we've seen over the years, it is a very hard ground to defend because the pockets aren't particularly big.
To restrict Australia to less than 200 from here will be a really big effort from the Scottish bowlers in the field. We're going to see Chris Soule back in. I thought bowled a really good first over. His remaining 3 could be very important. There will be pace on the ball often though. He's done cleverly, which Scotland's bowlers didn't do the other day. He's used that leg cutter and the one out of the back of the hand quite frequently. Yeah, absolutely. And what Chris Soule has at his disposal is the ability to take the ball, pace off the ball, either through the air or off the pitch. As a bowler, as a seamer, you're looking to have the ability to do both. Now, whether that's an off cutter or a leg cutter, where the ball, we see the ball grip and it spits, using the surface if it's an abrasive surface. Some surface, particularly in the subcontinent, you see the ball skid on when you try and bowl those deliveries. As he rolls his fingers over it again. So in the subcontinent, that's where you need to take the ball, pace off the ball through the air, and that's where you see your knuckleballs and you see your split finger deliveries and all these sorts of deliveries that have come into the game in the last 5, 6, 7 years. And so the ability to have both and recognise what pitch conditions are in any given game, that is the key to being able to utilise your variations. It's another fantastic crowd, I have to say that. The atmosphere has been very special 2 days ago and again today. Sell out tomorrow too. Ali, you'll have had great days in the purple or the blue of Scotland, or the pink even sometimes, depending upon what colour kit you've gone to. Something special when big sides come here to this ground though, and probably that day against England most famously. Yeah, it's we've had a lot of memorable Scottish
milestones at this ground. That day was certainly up there. And I think the thing for me is we're so used to playing here.
Someone like Sol, you were telling me, doesn't just play here for the club, but he's played every single piece of his domestic cricket at the Grange club, and it's a very historic club.
Absolutely. He was a young man coming down here. He was a 7-8-year-old, so he'll know these holes and every blade of grass out here. So, but because we play so much cricket, as we watch here, see, he goes, that time he goes not so wide in the crease. He likes the ball wide in the crease, so he uses the crease to his advantage, and not enough seamers do that, but they're getting a little bit tighter than he usually does, just creating the illusion of a different angle, but actually hitting the same spot.
I think the biggest thing that he has is very clear, as they're going to get back for a couple here, because he has that extra pace, the ability then for the batters to, I suppose, come down and dominate him, the way in which Whale has been dominated, the way in which Jack Jarvis was treated with such disdain. There isn't that same initial aggressive intent from the Australian batters. It's been interesting to see him held back so far. I didn't expect him see him in the power play. I thought he might bowl over 8 though. Thought what would bowl 7, Sol 8, but they went with another one from Wheel instead, and that was very expensive. It's a really good over. Just 4 runs from it. 15 bowled, 5 remain. 148 for 3.
Yeah, and I think to that point, Lenny, it's being able to try and play the matchups. Scotland will have done all their research, all their homework, looking at where these Australian batters, what their strengths, what their weaknesses are, perceived weaknesses, and then what matchup can they find. I'm sure that Berrington would have planned to have bowled 3 overs of McMullen up top. He would have liked to, ideally, but I think with the early conditions, being able to squeeze those overs out of him. Bowling McMullen as early as he did and getting 3 out of him, knowing that he can then he had more overs up his sleeve, that probably pushed Sol bowling a little bit later. While the ball is swinging, you need to get those overs out of McMullen, you need to get as many as you can out of Curry. So knowing that Chris Sol can bowl and has the ability with that pace to bowl in any phase of the game, it was really important. And as we see on there, the main pick of the bowlers today has been Brad Curry coming back into the side.
The change in bowling, Brad Wheel comes back into the attack. Just the 6 bowlers used. There is the 7th option of Michael Leask, who we were surprised not to see be utilised, particularly against Travis Head's onslaught. I think Leask in particular was almost rolling his shoulders at his captain, trying to indicate, I can still bowl here, Richie. And of course, there's always the emergency SOS call to Berrington, the captain himself, who I believe took a hat-trick in domestic cricket recently. Is that right?
Everywhere I go, I'm told about this magic hat-trick. There's life in the old dog yet.
These are important overs, these ones, and Wheel's got away with one there. But for me, there's been a clear indication, Ali, that a lot of work has been done in the 2 days for Scotland, not necessarily in the nets, but just work in terms of analysis of how to try and stem the scoring rate. Another one with pace taken off the ball.
Yeah, I think so, and I think they would have been discussing it on the day in the other game. You know, the onslaught from Heads, and sometimes just innings and games get away from you. You know, you could be thinking, trying to do all the right things, and Travis Head had a day out.
Well, he had more than a day out, Ali, I'll tell you that. It was quite remarkable. The other things I love about this venue in particular is just how partisan that home crowd is as the 150 comes up here in the 16th. They're not here to see the touring side and see the stars and want them to do well. They're desperate for Scotland to win.
Yeah, there's a huge passionate support here in Scotland, and people know their cricket. We often get overlooked a little bit, but it's not just a fair weather fans. There's fans all year round, and often people don't know that there's especially up in the northern parts of Scotland, there's more people playing cricket than there is any other sport other than football, and they will travel from all over to come and support their national team, and we don't get that many international fixtures. We try and fill the calendar up. Some years it gets a little bit more, but the ability to actually come out and support your country, support your team, you don't need to say twice to a Scotsman and he'll be there. So it's great to be back at the Grange where we know we get great support.
Another one missed time. This has been a good little phase, isn't it? Since that big over off Greaves, Sol and Wheel just dragging it back, and all it takes is maybe 15-20 good minutes here for Scotland. Get out of this innings, anything under 200, 190 in an ideal world, that could be chaseable.
100%. Anything they'll be thinking under 200, they'll be thinking they're right in the game. And with the confidence that this Scotland side plays with after the last 18 months, 200 will not be a daunting task to them. They know they have to chase those scores if they want to get somewhere.
Stoinis with another one that's been mistimed. He'll keep the strike. He's only going at a run of ball, 14 off 14. Inglis just hasn't been able to get down the right end. It's another good over, 16 bowled, 152 for 3. Ali, the importance of series like this, and I say series because it's very rare you get a series like this. Historically, particularly a decade or so ago, when Australia or England came to town, it was just for one game. So important that it's 3 matches.
100%, because it shows where Scottish cricket has come from. We talk all the time about getting more cricket, but it's getting cricket at the right level. If we don't get the right level of opposition, we will stay stuck in the level that we're at. We need to expand and push ourselves further.
1832 this club was founded in. It's a fantastic venue. It's really just a hop, skip and a jump into the heart of the city centre. One of the most attractive capital cities anywhere in Europe. Mark Watt back into the attack and he's pumped down the ground. No reverse sweeps that we saw from Stoinis against Watt in St. Lucia. I've no doubt you're watching that game at the T20 World Cup. Were the analysts right in reading it that Scotland were ahead? They had Australia on the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a game that throughout the majority of it, Scotland looked like they were on top. They looked like they were ahead. At no point did I ever feel that we weren't going to get there. It had very much similar feelings to that England game we referenced briefly there, but you're number one in the world, maybe in 50 over cricket, but number one for a reason. And Australia, they just keep coming and coming and coming.
And it's almost like if one batter doesn't get you, the other one will. So look, Stoinis isn't going particularly well today, but it was him that was the hero there in St. Lucia.
Absolutely, and that the level of confidence that brings in the team, being able to look around the changing room and know most of these Australian teams now bat 1 to 11, so knowing that they have that faith, you can then go out and play your game. That is brilliant footwork there from Inglis. Inglis today has been the only batter who's really ever got on top of this surface, on top of this pitch. And we once again recognising length quickly, recognising the slightly fuller leg from what, using his feet, getting leg side of the ball, looking to look for that gap through mid-off, over extra cover, and he gets another boundary to his total.
Targeting what is a pretty decent gap, isn't it, between mid-off and deep cover. Gets it wide of Berrington at extra, gets good reward. He's on the unlucky Australian number now, 13 shy of the 100. Won't prove unlucky this time. 3 overs remain after this one. Australia will still be thinking 200 plus. Scotland have just had a nice little phase here, haven't they?
Yeah, they just start to squeeze a little bit of momentum back. They will be conscious, they'll know where they are. This platform here, you just needs one massive over from Australia and all of a sudden they're getting well over 200.
There's that reverse sweep that is going to be continuing to give Watt nightmares. It's only going to cost a couple this time that they'll have to scamper for quickly. But that was the deciding factor between these two sides at the T20 World Cup, and a smile from Mark Watt and Michael Leask too. 17 bowled, it's now 162 for 3. Ali, you think about those kind of historic matches between these sides. There was 5 ODIs, a couple at World Cups, and then 3 one-off occasions here in Edinburgh. You think back to the kind of very first time that those games were played. So the first one was an Australia tour of England and Scotland back in 2009. Australia posted 345. David Hussey made a century off 83 balls. And then Scotland really were just trying to bat their overs out, try and make 150. They made 156. It's a very different era, even though that's only 15 years ago.
Yeah, and I think those games, it was a spectacle whenever those games took place. It was a rarity. It was the feeling around Scottish cricket and the Scottish cricket community going into this series it's just normal now. It's not a big deal. This is where we should be as Brad Curry comes in again.
He's picked up into the leg side. Has he got enough of this is the question. Oh, yes, he has. Munsey was perfectly placed underneath it in terms of the line of it, but it's gone soaring over his head. Inglis batting on a different pitch to everyone else today. He moves into the 90s.
Yeah, brilliant. Slightly too full there from Curry. He talked about him coming back into this spell, looking to hit the stumps, and then that got his rewards there. We'll see the back of green, but this time, although he's hit the stumps a little bit too full, too easy from that length for a man of the talent and the eye and being as in as he is in English to pick it up and flick it away for 6.
Tries to repeat the dose, and he's going to get to a second T20I 100 in the grandest of styles. It comes from just 43 deliveries. What an innings we've witnessed. The talk the other day may have been about Travis Head, but with a 7-6 today, it's all about Josh Inglis. It's come at a strike rate of over 230, 7 4s, 7 6s, and it swung this contest towards the visitors.
Yeah, he's playing a completely different wicket to everyone else. We have seen no one else be able to time the ball all day. Inglis, however, from the jump has come out. He has been proactive, he's been dominant, he's picked up length really well, and he is laying down a marker to the Australian selectors saying, don't forget about me. We know Matthew Wade's in the wings ready to go, but with that massive hit, the sound off the willow, we go for 6, and he goes to 100 in style.
I think it's hit the road there, hasn't it? That leads you down into the Grange Club. It's sprung off that, and Stoinis was a bit late in realising that he gets to the 100. He hasn't been able to get much of the strike, but with back-to-back 6s, an outstanding innings. Remarkable that he's never made a T20I 50, but now he's made 200s. The first one came against India, the second one here in Edinburgh against Scotland, and it does have the visitors in the box seat for what would be a 2-0 series lead. Big final 16 deliveries incoming. Inglis, he's surely just going to keep going here. Looks for the block hole. Another slight misfield, but it will only cost the single. Remaining overs for the Scottish bowlers, we see Chris Soule have 2 left. Is that a misstep, not allowing him to bowl all his 4?
Well, it's his first go back from injury, getting back into it, filling his way out. I think with this bowling unit, though, you know that you've got a lot of depth options. We've got a lot of experience with Wheel, with Soule, with Curry, and with Mark Watt, all being able to do that. So Richie Berrington, very experienced cricketer, very experienced campaigner, trusting and putting his faith in his other bowlers.
I think you've answered that incredibly diplomatically, Ali. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 13. He can bowl over 90 miles an hour. He looks maybe not at 100% fitness, but he's fit enough to play. Feels to me to be a bit more of a misstep to not maybe bowl your most X-factor bowler his full allocation. He can bowl 3 if he bowls the 19th or the 20th, but he now cannot bowl his full allocation of 4. We probably won't see McMullen be used, so you'd suspect it'll be Brad Wheel to bowl probably over 20 and Soule to bowl the 19th.
Yeah, and Brad Wheel's got a lot of experience bowling at the death for Hampshire and in the 100. It's something he's done in finals cricket a lot, so that'll be a plan they would have looked at from the jump.
Balls into the surface, and that is certainly what I think we'll see Australia do in the second innings. We saw them do it so well. Their taller fast bowlers bang it into the pitch and make timing much more difficult for the batters. That
is the one thing that the Scotland attack is lacking, is height. We talked about the different varieties they can bring into it, but they're big, tall bowlers, people like Adrian Neil they've had in the past. We don't have that height to be able to use the centre of the pitch in the same way. It's a lot skiddier quick bowlers that this attack shows for Scotland.
Looks for some innovation, can't get anything on it, and he thuds the pitch in frustration. Curry does well to get out of that over after the 2 6s that brought Inglis the century. 18 bowled, 176 for 3. 2 remaining here, Ali. How critical are they? Less than 24, 199 or less. Is it game on?
I think so. I think the Scotland batting unit will have learned so much about as we watch the highlights here of Inglis going to his 100 once again. Ball striking all around the grounds. Those 2 deliveries there where he got his length slightly wrong and he was able to capitalise on it.
What a moment it was for Josh Inglis, and warm ovation too from the Scottish fans. He's played so well. Here is Chris Soule to bowl the 19th. You suspect it will be Brad Wheel to bowl the 20th. 12 balls left. He's been outstanding today. Maybe the pick of the bowlers alongside Curry, who finished his 4-over allocation with 3 for 37. Can Stoinis get something going? Hasn't really been able to find any rhythm yet. Flick of the pad, so another critical dot. You think about the great associate upset victories, and they are upsets, aren't they? But talking with Mel Farrell earlier about the disparity in funding and fixtures and opportunities and facilities. A lot of them have come chasing, haven't they?
They have. I have, because you know what you're looking for, you know what you're working against, and all of a sudden when you're in a chase, when you feel you're up with the rate and you haven't lost those early wickets, it gives you that sense of belief.
Pulled away. Now there's 2 men out there. And it goes straight to Brad Curry. And even though 10 and over, let's say it is 200 that they'll require, even though 10 and over feels and sounds very daunting, if Munsey gets going, Michael Jones back into the team, Brandon McMullen can score quickly, there is absolutely an opportunity here for Scotland.
Yeah, and we've talked about this inexperienced bowling attack for Australia. Scotland won't know anything about these bowlers either, that they'll be learning as they go along, so they'll feel a lot more confidence going into it now they've had a sight of these bowlers and have some game plans against them.
Tell you, this is excellent from Chris Soule. Now Inglis wants a wide. For me, he's come across, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. They haven't been able to lay bats on Chris Soule yet. I think it's been a real mistake not using him as 4.
Yeah, and hindsight's a wonderful thing. We know what Chris Soule can bring, and we know the X factor he has, and he's becoming an experienced campaign. He's becoming a leader in this bowling attack as well. But they've also seen they've had rewards from around the other bowlers, so it's great to see Soule back in the side.
There he goes for the block hole again, can only be squirted away. Inglis will want the second, and he's going to take on the throw. Should get home comfortably enough. For Scotland, the World Cup, the opportunity against Australia, the rain robbing them against England, that's kind of shown just where they're at the moment as a group under the new head coach.
Yeah, Doug Watson's come in and done a fantastic job, building on the success of previous coaches, and I think belief is the word I keep going back to. We talked about the previous games of Australia being a one-off. This is the expectation, belief now. We should be here.
And that is going to be great reward for Chris Soule. He's deserved every single bit of that. It's been an outstanding 3 overs for me. It should have been 4. And he points to the sky, back from injury. And he's bringing the Scottish fans into voice. Take nothing away from the innings. It's maybe been even better than the one we saw from Travis Head 2 days ago. And it has Australia slightly on top, but Scotland are fighting back hard.
Yeah, very, very just rewards there for Chris Soule. He has been brilliant in his comeback to the Scotland side here. He has used the surface well, he's used his variations. From the jump, we've seen his mixing his pace off. Incredible innings from Inglis comes to an end as the Grange club stands to take his applause. He sits down as Inglis is in Australia, 179 for 4.
Tim David, new man to the crease, still no Mitchell Marsh. He's very much allowing his troops to do all the work. It's been a fantastic spell, one of the highest quality on return for Chris Soule. 3 overs, 1 for 17 he'll finish with 6 balls remaining. It's 180 for 4. Just a bit more about Chris Soule. Ali comes from an incredible sporting family.
Yeah, his father, David Soule, captained Scotland rugby in the 1999 Five Nations victory that was Scotland's last victory in the Five Nations, as was Six Nations now. His brother Tom played Scotland cricket as well, sort of 20 caps, off spinner batter, and his sister Gemma also played Scotland netball. So the gene pool in the Soule family goes very far.
Quite the same sunshine from the other day, but plenty of entertainment in the crowd. Now Brad Wheel's been a little costly today, and well, primarily he'll be looking to keep this final over tight. 3 overs gone for 35. Scotland, anything under 200 won't be a bad effort. But Tim David is going to pongo this one all the way. Big hits into the leg side. He's a giant of a man. His father has flown in from Perth in Western Australia to be here for today. For just his second ball, he smashes that for 6.
Yeah, not the length that again from Wheel. We either need to see him go out the block hole or take pace off and go higher than that. Anything around waist height on this pitch, the pace Wheel's bowling, that is free pickings for someone like Tim David. We saw Brad Curry go either really short or really full. We saw the same from Chris Sorrell, and this in-between length for those taking pace off the ball from Brad Wheel, it's too easy.
Some really good stuff from Scotland today. I suspect if they're rating themselves harshly, they haven't been at their best. A few fumbles in the field, a few little errors like the 2 no balls really surprised me from Brandon McMullen. Just a couple of deliveries that really have been kind of almost freebies.
David is going to go bang, bang, boom, boom. Oh, that's monstrous, maybe. The biggest of the 2 matches so far. A giant from a giant of man.
That is not coming back anytime soon. Once again, Wheel gets his length wrong. He bowls the half volley, bowls that slot bowl, looking to go nice and full, misses his length. And Tim David, who only takes these days 1 ball to get in, goes bang again. The sound of the bat these days, Lenny, it's ridiculous.
Again, you look at him and his setup, he's clearly a bottom hand dominant player. So you have to try and take it out of his hitting arc. Look for probably the wide guideline if you're going to be bowling a very full length. Or not allow him to free his arms if you're bowling a shorter length. Real pressure on Wheel here. He does have that reputation as a death specialist. But just as things were swinging Scotland's way, a little counter punch immediately from Tim David. Now 200 plus, very much back on the cards.
Absolutely, and it's that risk reward about whether you bluff or double bluff. At the moment, traditional field from Wheel, he's gone 3 out leg sides, long on, cow, deep square, he's got a deep cover, he's got a deep mid off, but then Tim David knows what's coming, looking to hit the stumps, looking to bowl straight. He can set himself deep in his crease. As soon as he misses, he hits.
That's better. At least the line is better. Okay, you might say it's nearly a half volley. You've got to keep it away from where he's strong. And with the way Stoinis is hitting the ball, single's a great result here.
Correct. You need to have some sort of unpredictability. You need to, the batter has to be able to not know exactly what you're coming, and being able to throw a wider ball in, whether it's short or whether it's pace off, just being able to have the batter second guessing.
Better pace off. Credit to Wheel. Scotland have always had great character, haven't they? There's resilience within the squad. A couple of times we saw Brad Curry do the same, didn't we? 6-6 first 2 balls and then fight back in the rest of the over.
Yeah, as a bowler in the modern day game, you have to have that mindset. Although it's the last over of the innings, if Wheel takes a couple of wickets here at the end, he wins this over. So the over's not won or lost in the first 2 balls. So being able to switch off and recompartmentalise is really important.
That's going to be 4 more. Just helped around the corner. Kenny Crichton, the team manager there. Not sure how he's got the shorts on. But that kind of a day, any boundary will do for Australia. We'll bring the 200 up now.
Yeah. So don't mind that he's gone slower and fuller the last 2 balls, going wide, making David trying to reach it. Again, unpredictably talked about, again, pace off, but this time into the wicket, just doesn't quite get his line right. And Tim David, all he needs a little glove, a little tickle, and it's past Charlie Tier for 4.
You'd imagine the power play in this chase, Ali, is going to be utterly critical for Scotland. Final delivery of the first innings, here we go. A big swing and a miss, and they won't even attempt to scamper the bye in a cheer from the Scottish crowd. It's, well, 16 from the final over, not ideal. Maybe 4 or 5 critical overs in there. It didn't go Scotland's way, but against the class and the brilliance of Australia, you may expect that. Having won the toss and chosen to bowl first, so much went right for Scotland, and in the 5th over at one stage they were just 25 for 2. But a sensational innings from a promoted up the order to number 3, Josh Inglis, as Mitchell Marsh held himself back, Australia's captain. It means that it is definitely advantage Australia at the halfway stage, but Scotland will feel as though they're in the contest thanks to the brilliance of Brad Curry and Chris Soule, the 2 standout bowlers without a doubt. Their 7 overs combined went for just 54 and picked up 4 wickets. The rest were a lot more costly, and Richie Berrington might be left wondering if he got every decision right in that first innings. But the one thing he will know for certain, he'll need his side to bat well, and it'll be 197 to win and square the series.
Yeah, excellent inning from Inglis, being the mainstay of what we've seen from Australia, setting 196. And we know Australia are a good side. We know that they bat deep, they bat long. We know they've got game winners throughout the innings. And Scotland, going into this series across these 3 games, knew that if they were going to win the game, they were going to have to either set a big score or chase a big score. And with this pitch, with the outfield getting quicker, with the hard burning off, and with the small boundaries, they will definitely fill in this game.
Let's get a look at the cards here. Here's the first card, the batting card, Josh Inglis, the star of the show. Nobody else really, apart from Tim David right at the end, was able to strike at anything approaching 200. In fact, the next spec strike rate after those 2 was just 124 for Cameron Green. And just the 4 extras. So apart from those 2 no balls, a good effort in the field from Scotland. For the bowlers, let's get a look. 4 wickets that fell, all going to Curry and Soule. I thought Soule was actually the pick of them. He's gone at less than a run a ball, which on a ground like this, it's an exceptional effort. So that's the tail of the tape at the halfway stage of this second T20 international. The series hangs in the balance, and for Scotland to take what would be a first ever victory in the modern era over Australia, and a first ever defeat for Australia to any associate in their cricketing history. They'll need 197 to win. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll have analysis in the mid-innings from Alistair Evans of Scotland International, and Mel Farrell. We'll see you in 2 minutes' time.
Rosie, how is that strength and conditioning going?
Yeah, so we get back on that recovery and then back in the gym.
What does this mean for women's cricket across Scotland? Because it is a big moment to be able to take part in a global tournament.
I think it's quite nice as, I mean, when we were growing up, there was no under-19s set up then, so it's nice for younger girls to be able to.
And Pippa, you've got a trip to the World Cup to look forward to as well. And as we heard from Rosie there, growing up, there was no under-19s women's cricket. Are you aware of the pedestal that you're now on for the next generation?
I mean, I think it's just amazing to see how far they've come.
What are you looking forward to most about this tournament?
Some nice heat in January.
We'd all like some nice heat in January. Ladies, huge congratulations on this achievement. We wish you the very best in the winter. Take a lap of the field and take your deserved applause. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for members of Scotland's Women's Under-19 squad. Whispering very quietly, but the sun might be about to make an appearance ahead of Scotland's reply. We're told play will resume at 4:15.
Well, it's been a misty, a foggy, a mizzly day, but we have got great T20 international action to light up this Friday here at the Grange in Edinburgh. Scotland, they won the toss, they bowled first, they had early success, and they have restricted Australia to 196 for 4. Andrew Leonard here, and I've got Alistair Evans, the Scotland international, and Mel Farrell, the Australian broadcaster, alongside me. Mel, I might start with you. What a difference 2 days makes, particularly for Travis Head.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, you say restrict to 196. It says something about the quality of Australia when you're talking about restricting. But that was definitely a better showing from Scotland to be able to get that wicket of Travis Head reasonably earlier. Felt that Brad Curry might be a real difference coming into this side, that left-hand seam with the early movement. But Australia is so deep and they're so strong. They've got so many options. Mitch Marsh not even having to come out.
Ali, you've opened the bowling plenty for Scotland. How good was Brad Curry opening the bowling today?
Yeah, brilliant tone setter. Here he is with his early wickets. We know the danger man of Head, and earlier on to the right hander, he'd swung the ball in, he'd swung one away, and then the ability to then just hold it, split seam, nip it back in. Brilliant start, and that's what you want. You want to take early wickets in the power play.
Is that natural variation, or was that a brilliant piece of bowling? Maybe a bit of both.
Only he will know. Only he will know. He will say he bowled a quarter seam delivery. I'm not sure. But then we saw the second wicket here. Chris Soule juggling it, having just gone one over his head earlier. The length he held his length and straight up in the air.
Jake Fraser-McGurk looked, well, really nowhere, did he? Horribly out of touch and kind of swinging like a rusty gate at points, Mel.
Yeah, just playing in his second T20 international for Australia and being dismissed for a duck first up. This occasion just a miscue, and Brad Curry doing the work himself. He did well there. You can see the sky there, white ball in that sky. He did very, very well.
Yeah, he's such a good fielder, isn't he? That was the wicket of Cameron Green, caught and bowled by Curry to, well, just stifle that momentum that the partnership had put on. It was nearly worth 100. It was worth 92 between Cameron Green and Joss Inglis, who was really the star of the show. And Mel, you can maybe tell us a bit more about Josh Inglis. He's only got to 50 once in a T20I. Before that was 100 against India. And today, he's done it again. What a conversion rate. 200s in T20I cricket already. Yeah,
fastest 100 for Australia as well. Beating his own record and that of Aaron Finch against England in 2013. But he was on fire today. The innovation, I thought, was brilliant. You see on that occasion, different innings to the sort of just pure blunt power we saw from Travis Head. He played it all the way around the ground, and he's got a wonderful opportunity here coming into the side. Matthew Wade not making it here for this tour. Inglis batting up higher up the order. I mentioned before the fact that many feel he should be in this side for his batting alone, and he gave a pretty good account of why many people think that.
Ali, how impressed were you by Josh Inglis? Just his 23rd T20I already, 200s to his name.
Yeah, incredibly impressed. We see the ability to play through 360. We've seen it. He started by using the pace of wheels, scooping. Look at that wagon wheel. That is it. Sixes literally all around the ground there, and being able to move around his crease to create the angles that he wanted to. It makes it very difficult for any bowlers. And if you look at the strike rates of the other Australian batters, he was playing on a different pitch than everyone else.
Yeah, it really was an outstanding innings, and I don't think our wagon wheel does justice to how big some of those sixes were. For Scotland, the standout performer for me, Ali, though, was Chris Soule, and big surprise to see him only bowl the 3 overs. He really deserved this one wicket that he got. Absolutely, yeah, he toiled as he always does. He's become a leader of this seam attack, Chris, and he steams in, and what I like about that, he banged that in there, but in that over in particular, he mixed his length, he mixed his pace, and against a batter that's going and against a batting that has momentum, you need to be able to wrestle that back in your favour, and that ability to bowl different lengths, different types of slower balls, that always makes the batter second guess their plans. Okay, Mel, we don't have long before we've got to get back for action. In maybe just a couple of sentences, could Scotland pull off one of the most remarkable upsets in the history of T20I cricket here today?
A lot's going to depend, I think, on that opening partnership between George Munsey and Michael Jones. Jones is a really fine opening batter who has done so well for Scotland. Munsey's got the power. That's their strongest opening batting pair I feel that they could put together. Yeah, the power play is going to be key. Ali, only got 10 seconds. Can Scotland do it?
They can, and as Mel said, those top three will score the majority of the runs.
Okay, it's a very, very confident Alistair Evans, as you'd expect. He's not going to back his teammates. He's going to go all in on them. He says Scotland can do it. Can they? They'll need 197 runs to win. If they do that, it'd be a first ever defeat for Australia to any associate side. Don't go anywhere. Back with all the action in just a few moments' time.
I was just looking at both of you. I was like.
Please welcome back onto the field your umpires, Ian McDonald and Ryan Milne. And now your opening batters for Scotland, George Ramsey and Michael Jones.
Special moment this for Scotland women's under-19s team. The European qualifiers successfully through to that under-19 women's T20 World Cup that will be held in Malaysia. I think that's going to be in January next year in 2025. And they got a little bit of an audience going around, a lap of honour. It was very, very nice indeed. Welcome back to the action. We're all set for what should be an enthralling chase. It's the best part of 10 runs required per over. It may be a tall task, but with George Munsey in the form that he has been in and a returning Michael Jones opening the batting, if, and it's a big if Scotland can get off to a good start in this power play, as they so often do, they might just start to sense a little bit of history and get that Grange crowd right behind them. Michael Jones coming back into action from his county commitments with Durham. He has signed a 3-year contract actually with Lancashire now, where he will head back towards from next season onwards. And we're all set for what should be a really, really good chase. Andrew Leonard here alongside Mel Farrell, and it is going to be Xavier Bartlett to get things going with the new ball from the Grange Club end of the ground, the pavilion end. We're all set now. Capacity crowd in place. Some slightly strange and varied Scottish weather. 10 runs or so required per over. Can Scotland do it? Here we go. Immediately into the surface. Mel, you'd imagine that Australia will have watched that first innings closely, and we're not going to see too much full, are we?
No, you imagine not. Set. Tricky, maybe back of the length. delivery in that occasion. It was one in the breadbasket for Munsey. Spoke about the importance of this opening partnership and the power play. Munsey got a start against Australia in the first game. A sprightly start too, 28 off 16. Someone's got to go on, I feel, in this side.
Well, that's what Munsey does immediately. Hammers that all the way. It was full in length, and I'm not sure that's where you want to bowl on this surface. And Munsey, just with a flick of the wrist, powers it all the way for 6.
Well, Munsey loves to use his wrists. In this case, he uses them, but also uses the pace of the ball. That went miles. Huge stroke from Munsey. They're going to need a lot more of that, Scotland.
Yeah, I would imagine, I'd be pretty certain of it, that Munsey is just going to play with complete freedom here. There's nothing to lose, is there, for Scotland? Australia are expected to win. They've got a big crowd, a sold-out crowd behind them. And if Munsey can bat for 6, 8, 10, 12 overs, it will really be game on here. He scores that quickly.
That's it, young man. You want to hit it like that. Huge moment. We talk a lot about how associate nations, Lenny, always have so much at stake when they play. Every time they play, they're always in qualifiers, always just teetering on the edge. But this series, it's got different kind of context for them. This is a real opportunity to just showcase everything about this place and the players on the big stage. And even though it's not necessarily a qualifying tournament, it means a hell of a lot for these guys. But it does give them the opportunity to go for it and to test their skills against the best in the world.
Yeah, in a funny way, there is nothing to lose apart from maybe a few rankings points, but because Australia is so far in advance of them, you don't even lose many of those, going down to a series defeat, to 3-0 defeat. Lost ball, I would imagine it's been a pretty new one that's been picked out of the reserve case that was brought on by David McLean, our reserve umpire. And Bartlett, some immediate pressure placed onto him. Tries to repeat the shots. I'm not sure that's the arc you want to bowl into to George Munsey. There is one slip in place. Just the 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Were you impressed by the Scottish effort in that first innings?
At times, yes. At times, I thought they gave Australia a little bit of a head start. Occasionally a bit of sloppy fielding or deliveries, no balls that we saw. I am, like you, puzzled as to why Chris Soule didn't bowl 4. Might have to ask Richie Berrington about that afterwards.
Another flick of the wrists from Munsey. The way he hits it, you don't even need to run. It's 2 maximums in the first 4 balls of the chase. And maybe it's already game on at the Grange.
And you can hear the energy in the crowd for one of their own. I mentioned those wrists that first time. Oh, just making sure he knows. Making sure the supporters are. They love that. That's really G'd them up. He makes it look so easy when he plays it, but anything going down leg side, he'll happily deposit in the stands.
Now through the offside, it's going to be a couple of bounces and skipping away off the surface for 4 more. He is quite simply awesome to watch. And for me, he's maybe the best associate batter on the planet. And he should be in close to every league in the world, and he's showing us exactly why here. 14 from the first 5, 16 from the first 5 even.
Yeah, just carving that one over cover, extra cover, and he can hit it in every single direction. We know he's strong with the sweeps and reverse sweeps as well. Expect to see the full repertoire today.
Now a nice little check down shot, meaning that he will keep the strike. 17 from the first over. Well, fasten your seatbelts, everyone. It's 17 for none.
End of the first over, Scotland chasing 197.
You talk about George Munsey's evolution as a player and the stage of the career that he's at. He definitely has never played better, has he?
No, he hasn't. What I love about George Munsey's batting is how he's developed it. Obviously, so good playing the sweeps and the reverse sweeps. Talk about those wrists. Makes it look easy. George Munsey is someone who was really known for those sweeps and the reverse sweep in particular, and then teams cottoned onto it. But he's an excellent golfer. In fact, he came up to Scotland on a golfing scholarship. And once he gets that bat swinging through the line of the ball, he is just as devastating. Aaron Hardy will get a bowl for the first time in this series. The all-rounder coming into the side from Western Australia.
It's full in length, and that's safe to the protection on the offside. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. It's a split field at the moment. But for the left-hander, it was anyway. Deep backward point and deep backward square leg in place. There's Tim David, who had a big impact in that final over. If you're wondering what most of these players did yesterday on their day off, there was no training for either side, with it being 3 T20Is in 4 days. For the Australians, they made the trip to Muirfield to play golf, although they did get a little bit wet, I gather. And George Munsey was playing golf here in Edinburgh. He's not shy of confidence, Mel, it's fair to say, in anything that he does. He told me that he drove a 346-yard green in a par 4. So if you're wondering about the kind of power that Munsey possesses, he can hit it a long, long way. Now, what can Michael Jones do? These two played so well, didn't they, against England in the World Cup?
They were outstanding, and I do still feel that Scotland were perhaps really robbed of a golden opportunity by the weather in that game in Barbados. They were well on track for victory against England.
Different kind of player, isn't he, Jones? He's very elegant. I'm not saying Munsey isn't, but Munsey's kind of more of a power-packed bludgeoner of a cricket ball, whereas Jones will... It's not that he can't hit boundaries in the power play, absolutely can, but he just has a different style.
Yeah, much more of a technically sort of elegant batter. Tend to see him going down the ground, getting underneath the ball. Lovely lofted driver. Munsey, yeah, definitely much more of a big hitter.
Shuffles down, and there's a big mix-up here. And now this is going to be interesting. If it was a direct hit, we could have had a real moment of controversy, because there was a coming together between the batter and the bowler. I think it was a non-striker, wasn't it? He did choose to throw the ball. They have stuck with it. All happening here. The end result will be 1 run.
Well, yeah, there was the mix-up there, but George Munsey had done a full 360. He wasn't quite sure where that ball had gone. And as he was pirouetting, there was a collision going on at the other end between Hardy and Jones. He had to hustle in the end. He stopped and I think just thought, well, if that hits, I'm gone.
Probably would have stood, wouldn't it? You can't see why they'd have withdrawn the appeal, as it was the non-striker that was involved. Big mix-up between Munsey and Jones. How big a boost is it to get Jones and Curry back? We've already seen the impact that Curry's had on the game.
And I think just having 2 players come in, as we see this little mix-up, it's actually the next one after the mix-up on that occasion. But I think we've just seen 2 perhaps just fresh blood coming in who haven't been on the end of a hammering, lifting up the other players around them.
Now, this is a top edge. It's the keeper who runs a long way to go for it, and he will hold on. That's an excellent piece of communication. Adam Zampa, thanks Joss Inglis. Everything has gone his way today, hasn't it, the Centurion? And Jones comes back into the team, and he is to go early for just 1.
Yeah, disappointing for Michael Jones. He's had so much depended on them getting a good start. On this occasion, I think that may have just bounced a little bit more than he expected. Gets the top edge. Inglis, I don't think any high ball is an easy catch here today. He did well to get there, make sure of it. Looked better at the end with the dive, of course. But Michael Jones, he departs for 1. First wicket falls for Scotland, 20 for 1.
Brandon McMullen to the crease at number 3. The last thing Scotland want in this power play is to lose wickets. And the number 3 comes out in just the second over after the dismissal of Michael Jones. Very talented young cricketers. McMullen, we saw his all-round skills opening the bowling too. Beats the outside edge immediately. Will get us to the end of a wicket taking over. It's 20 for 1.
That's the end of the second over. Scotland are 20 for 1.
After big first over, Hardy's the one coming into the team who strikes back. He picks up a wicket and goes for just 3. Bartlett's going to continue now. This could be the end of Munsey. It will be. Brilliant bowling, banged into the surface, and it's right off the toe end of the bat. And Scotland have lost those 2 big hitting openers in a matter of moments, and the game, it swings heavily towards Australia.
Well, it certainly does. This is a huge blow on him quickly, and after sticking in the surface, Marsh makes no mistake with that. He's just clothed it in the end. That is 2 big wickets falling very quickly for Scotland. Munsey goes for 19. Scotland now 20 for 2.
The new batter for Scotland, the skipper, Richie Berrington.
Mitchell Marsh, a very happy captain after, well, a big salvo from Munsey in the first over. He's turned the game on its head in a course of 7 deliveries just like that. Used with the bat today, Mitchell Marsh, surprisingly. His opposite number, though, comes to the crease at number 4. Closing in on his 100th T20I. Over 320 appearances across all formats for Scotland. He's nearly 100 clear of the next man. A remarkable servant to the game. Someone who's grown into the leadership more and more so since taking the reins from Kyle Coates. Scotland all of a sudden have it all to do, having lost 2 in just 4 balls. And now Australia go on the attack. Couple of slips in place and a bit of a hush around the ground, Mel.
Yes, as Berrington gets off the mark with a leg bye. The atmosphere's changed dramatically from first over when George Munsey was pinging it to all parts. Here's another look at that wicket as well. Just did not get hold of it at all. Off the toe of the bat, maybe threw the stroke too quickly.
It's a very clever piece of bowling, Mel, for me. The reason why, his natural strength is hitting in and around his body, isn't it? So whipping it off his hip, hitting it into the leg side. And what he's done there is use the angle across the left-hander, but not full enough to allow Munsey to just smash it through the covers or down the ground. But he's banged it in at sort of a pullable length, but with the perfect line, and that's ended up bringing about the wicket right off the toe of the bat. Mitchell Marsh reacted well to take the catch, and now you've got 2 men new to the crease, both on 0. All sorts of pressure on Scotland. And unleash the scoreboard. Required run rate over 10 per over. You have to be able to exploit the power play, but you're now in a really difficult position. Do you stick or do you twist? Because you can't lose more wickets either.
And that's the problem, because once that run rate starts to rise early on, it only goes in one direction, doesn't it? Generally, so they're almost going to have to, I think, stick rather than twist, because they don't really have too much time. They've got to maybe an over to get themselves set, but I don't think they have much longer.
Beauty. Natural shape will be away from the right-handers, and McMullen, he's having a long talk to himself, walking out towards square leg. There's a little bit of something all of a sudden with that new ball for Bartlett. This is very nicely bowled.
This is an absolute cracker. Just see that late movement going on past the bat of McMullen. He knew it as well, Bartlett. Very fortunate to still be out there.
Could have been a wicket maiden if that had been a dot, with only been the leg by from the over thus far. Good captaincy too, you've got to say, from Mitchell Marsh. Munsey takes him for 17 in his first over. A lot of captains will whip him off, but keeps faith with Bartlett, gets the big wicket.
Benefit of having nearly 200 runs on the board, isn't it, too? You've got a lot to play with. Show faith in the bowlers, this new bowling attack, giving them the opportunity to come back from an expensive over.
Another one plugs into the pad. It will be the second leg by of the over. Only 3 extras from it, and the big wicket of George Munsey. 3 have been bowled. It's 23 for 2. A real challenge now for Scotland. Had that experience at Berrington, and McMullen has had such a wonderful start to the 18 months or so, or 2 years or so now in Scottish colours. There isn't a huge amount of depth to this Scottish batting lineup. Think of Charlie Tier, who's very new into international cricket. He'll be at 5. Suspect Michael Leask at 6, and then it's into the all-rounders, isn't it? It's Mark Watts and Chris Greaves at 7 and 8. We said it a few times, Mel, haven't we? But this is going to go over the top. They're going to try run a leg by, and they will get home safely. They're going to get some buzzers, some overthrows, which always please a home crowd. It will be 2 leg bys to the total, as Berrington and McMullen are wise to the mark. Do you feel they're definitely missing an extra batter in this team?
I don't mean any disrespect to Mark Watts' batting, but it does feel like he's maybe batting one position too high. I just feel like they could use a bit of bolstering there. A lot on this partnership now.
What a stroke this is. That's gone 50, 60 yards in front of square. It's a front foot pull stroke for 6. Banged in by Hardy and banged into the stands by McMullen.
We've seen some massive strokes played today. I think that might be my favourite. What a glorious shot. On the front foot, takes a couple of steps down and just picks up that ball so early.
Definitely an indication that Scotland are just going to keep going, despite the loss of their 2 openers. Do you think of many of the great associate victories, the games that Ireland would have won in World Cups gone by, Kenya back in the day? A lot of them, Mel, would have been won by in chases by not huge margins, you know, winning with 3, 4, maybe 5 wickets in hand. So you need your lower middle order to contribute. You need them to bat deep and to take the game to the higher ranked opponents. The reason they're called upsets is there's 10 places separating these 2 sides in the rankings. And Australia have every advantage apart from home soil. So for me, I agree with you. I think Scotland are a batter light.
I just want to point something out too, though. There has been an occasion where Scotland have beaten Australia in cricket. It was back in 1882 in a one-day game. So it wasn't an official one-day international. That was 3 years after the Scottish Cricket Union was formed. So there you go, it has happened.
Glorious, absolutely glorious. Pulled for 6 and now driven straight down the ground for 4. Not overly full either. Driven, if anything, a little bit on the up, and McMullen starts to get into his work.
He is so good to watch when he's on, McMullen, and he may take some something from that game in St Lucia where he was the best. Just a glorious drive. He did score 60 off 34 in St Lucia against Australia.
End of the fourth, it's going to be 12 from the over. It's 35 for 2. There's a rich history, isn't there, here in Scotland, their cricketing history, that is. Think about Don Bradman's last ever tour. You'll think about the googly that bowled him and robbed him of that average of 100 at the Oval, but that wasn't his last game on that tour. And it was a different kind of era of cricket back then, wasn't it? They travelled up to Scotland, they came up north of the border. And his last innings, Don Bradman, the greatest of all time, many Australians will tell you, many cricket fans generally will tell you, was actually in Aberdeen. And of course, I think he made 100 if I remember.
He did indeed make a century, his last appearance on British soil at Manorfield. Yeah, and another great Scottish connection with Australia, and of course, infamous in Australia, Douglas Jardine, the captain of England in the Bodyline series, famous in England. Obviously, I think unfairly judged in Australia at times, but his parents were Scottish. He had his ashes scattered in Scotland. I'll tell you what, my favourite connection and story of an Australian tour is, though, the Ashes tour of 1989. And I'll tell you why after this ball. In 1989, when the Australians were over here, they did come and play a game up here in Scotland, and on one of the off days, Tom Moody, Carl Rackerman and David Boone went to a Highlands Games and donned the kilts. Tom Moody set the unofficial world record for haggis hurling, where you stand on top of a barrel in your kilt and you have to hurl a haggis as far as it'll go. And he threw it so far, 230 feet, smashed into a car in the car park.
You have heard that right. It's haggis hurling that Mel Farrell is referring to. The day before, he'd made 100 as well, alongside Mike Valletta, twin hundreds in Glasgow as the Australians. It wasn't an official ODI, but it was an Australian touring side that made 307, which proved far too much for Scotland, despite 70 from Bruce Patterson. Yeah, there's also a great connection with George Bailey, the current head selector for Australia. He played for Scotland, I don't think just for one season either. I think it might have been for two, as the overseas player when Scotland used to play in the English domestic one-day competitions. And he was very, very well liked and well thought of up in these parts, as he is everywhere he goes. Gorgeous George. He's not on this trip. I thought he would have definitely pulled rank and said, I've got to be here for this one, as the outside edge is beaten again.
There's Tony Dodemaide, selector on duty for this tour here. I know, wonderful, all these connections between the two countries. Hopefully, the other thing that can happen on a tour like this, Lenny, is that the relationships that are created and the opportunity perhaps more in the future.
Bartlett has the wood on Berrington here, 3 consecutive dots. I agree with that, and I also think that quite often what you'll have seen historically with sides that come in for tours of England, or in this case it's a tour of Scotland and England, when they come and play either Scotland or Ireland or the Netherlands in advance, they tend to go on and have good tours because it's outstanding preparation, the perfect way to acclimatise.
Yeah, I would love to see more of it. It ticks so many boxes, the preparation, but also giving something back to the wider world of cricket too.
Oh, 4 consecutive dots, and really good third over from Bartlett. Only 2 from it. It's 37 for 2. Yeah, the calendar is not easy, Mel, is it? It's very squeezed, and finding a way to get these kind of series to happen. And the Trojan work done by the Cricket Scotland staff to make it the occasion that it is, the event that it is, and the success that it is thus far.
We have a change in bowling at the nursery end. Coming into the attack, Marcus Stoinis.
So 37 for 2 with an over of the power play left. Not where Scotland would like to be. The wicket shared by the two openers, Bartlett and Hardy. We'll see Marcus Stoinis come in and have a bowl now. His bowling has progressed to the point where he's now the #1 ranked T20 all-rounder in the world game, going past Shakib Al Hassan. His bowling really, it's come on leaps and bounds, Mel.
It has, but you know what? I reckon he'd be a great candidate for haggis hurling too.
Flicked away, probably not exactly where McMullen intended, but he will pick up a couple. A few jeers in the crowd for the fact that it was fielded correctly. I think as the Friday afternoon drinks start to kick in a bit more, things might get a touch rowdy.
You can imagine that as well. Yeah, Marcus Stoinis at an interesting point in his career too. He's keen to keep on playing for Australia, but earmarking that Champions Trophy. When you look at someone like Aaron Hardy coming into the squad too, maybe there's an eye on a future without Stoinis.
Just nipped back off the surface. Looked like a cross-seamer to me, so might have hit the seam. There's definitely a sort of air, isn't there, around the Australian camp that they're kind of breeding the next generation, but they haven't kind of gone all in on it. They haven't brought a really young squad here. There's a good mix of youth and experience.
Yeah, particularly without the so-called big three, although Josh Hazlewood was in this squad and will be joining them for the England leg of this tour. But yeah, there he is. They're not going to be around forever, the big three of Stark, Cummins and Hazlewood, and a good opportunity to look through. Of course, Stoinis probably in the latter part of his career as well.
Well, the thing is that the T20 World Cups come around so quickly, with them being once every 2 years. You would imagine this being probably his favourite format of the two white ball formats. You'd imagine he'll be thinking about maybe another T20 World Cup in India and Sri Lanka in 2026.
He's going to have to stave off some competition, isn't it? And I think that's a healthy thing. Obviously, Cameron Green and his all-round skills. And as I mentioned, Aaron Hardy coming into this side as well.
Down the track and slapped really down the ground, and because mid-off and mid-on are up in the circle, as soon as you get it past either of them, you're going to get 4. And finally, Berrington finds a way to almost sort of club his way into some form.
Well, they've bowled so well to him. They're getting the ball zipping off that seam. It's beating the outside edge. It's nipping back in on him. Just needs to feel bat on ball, Berrington. You're getting frustrated out there with so many dots. Wants to get on with it.
Just after hitting a boundary, he's going to perish. Pops it up again, banged into the surface by one of the Australian medium fast bowlers, and it's a simple catch for Cameron Green over his shoulder. Smiles all around. Stoinis keeps doing it with the ball for Australia.
Yeah, clever stuff, but that's possibly one of the scratchiest innings that I've seen from Richie Berrington. He just couldn't get going. That one's onto him a bit quickly. Higher on the bat, just got under it. In the end, it was a relatively simple catch, but really frustrated. You could see that he couldn't get going. Berrington departs for 5. Scotland, 44 for 3.
Charlie Tier, one of the 5 changes to the Scotland starting 11 today. He comes into the team, taking the gloves off the vice-captain, off Matthew Cross. Thought he kept really well. He's going to need to show a lot with the bat, as Scotland have got themselves in a hole here, losing the 3rd wicket in the power play. Still very early in his career. Rarest of things that we've seen in this series thus far will get us to the end of the power play. A leave. It's 44 for 3.
overs, Scotland are 44 for 3. We have a change in bowling at the pavilion end. Coming into the attack, Sean Abbott.
Well, you can see there Scotland dipping below that run rate, 3 wickets falling early. The problem is there's no let up in the runs required. They have to keep going. Just putting on the same risk though. End of the power play. We've got a change in commentary. Ali Evans is back with me as we see Sean Abbott come into the attack for the first time today. Gets underneath that one. Has it got the legs? It certainly has. Welcome Sean Abbott to the game. 6 runs.
Yeah, and McMullen, that's his 4th boundary of the innings so far. Classic McMullen style there. Anything short. He's a tall lad. He looks to try and play the front foot as much as he can, but the speed of hands to pick up the length, it's a signature shot of his, and that's another 6 to the Scotland total.
Umpire not remotely interested. What have you made of the start of this chase, Ali? It's been a bit scratchy, to say the least.
Yeah, it has, and what stood out to me is actually the different statures of the seam bowlers that Australia had to their disposal. We see tall seamers, so that back of the length hitting the pitch, they're getting more out the surface. Whereas the sort of skiddier bowlers, you think of Curry, you think of Saul, and the Scotland attack doesn't get that same purchase.
Oh, McMullen, he's been beaten on the outside edge a few times. They've managed to get a bit of seam movement as well, Ali.
Yeah, and earlier on, because we saw that mist and that har, I don't know if that adds almost like a bit of a glaze of water, slight on the pitch, has meant the ball did skid on, and as we've got the weather's improved and that water's been absorbed into the surface, where there's just a tackiness that's come into the surface, and these deliveries are utilising that.
We're really going to see, we've talked about the balance of this side and whether or not they've got enough in the shed when it comes to batting. We're going to see that tested really today, aren't we?
Yeah, and what an opportunity for the likes of young Charlie Tier. It's one of his first opportunities to come in and real stamp his authority on the sides. We knew that Scotland were going to ring the changes and look a little bit towards the future, and with no Matthew Cross in the side today, Charlie Tier has an outstanding opportunity to do that. We know the likes of the power of Lees to come later on, an X-Factor match winner, but these two have to provide the foundations to be able to cause any onslaught at the end.
Well, that was in the air. Falls safely though. Jake Fraser-McGurk doing the work. What can you tell us about Charlie Tier? It's only his 5th T20 international. He made his ODI debut earlier this year for Scotland. What can we expect from him?
Yeah, normally simmering around the top order. Nice compact player, traditional player, he's a wicket keeper, so he likes to play square of the wicket, so we've just seen there, but he's got a really good foundation. He's very still at release, which is a key for any batter, and he has all the tools to be a great success.
Shapes to come down the ground and just tucks it off his hip in the end, and it'll be a single to finish Abbott's first over. 9 runs coming from it after 7. It's 53 for 3. It's also a great opportunity though for Charlie Tier coming in this kind of situation to really show what he can do.
100%. A lot would argue there's nothing for him to lose in this environment right now. He's a young man trying to find his way. He's opened the batting a lot. Okay, it's a very different scenario now coming in. Scoreboard pressure, being able to, as we see the cameraman waving at us there. And so for him to be able to now come in and know what he has to do and react to the conditions and the scoreboard that's put in front of him, some batters really thrive in that environment.
He's a bowler who seems to thrive in any environment. Adam Zampa. How many matches has he won for Australia? How many times has he been player of a tournament, especially in the Australian colours? First name on the team sheet for mine is Adam Zampa. Time for him to have a little twirl.
Starts nicely. I mean, it's brave of him in this Scottish weather to be wearing sunglasses. I mean, is he expecting something to come? For me, we've got 3 layers on, 6 layers on. Here he is with his sunglasses. He must know something we don't.
Nah, Adam Zampa's just cool. That's it.
McMullen gets a slightly over-pitched ball there. Nice bit of fielding from Tim David down on the boundary. Picks up, nice work from long and long off. But yeah, no, interesting to see what purchase Zampa gets from this pitch. We've seen a little bit of seam movement early on, the Australian seamers, and that tends to lend itself to believe there will be a little bit of turn available. We saw Chris Greaves as we watched Tim Davis, nice bit of fielding there, but Chris Greaves in the first innings did really, really well to get some purchase.
I think, by the way, Tim David's getting plenty of lip from the crowd down there. They're warming up. I think there might be a few whiskies. I did mention the other day Adam Zampa has a whiskey every day. I think there are a few members of the crowd enjoying a little hot toddy.
Adam Mick Zampa, who has whiskey every day. Well, sign him up. But no, they'll be used to it. It's not like Australian fans not to be partisan in that part of the world, so they're all used to it, I'm sure.
Nice little wristy shot from Tier. Wanted a second. Sent back by McMullen. Fraser Gert quick across the carpet.
And these two will run between the wickets well. They're both quick. They get in out the turn pretty quickly. So we'll see what opportunities there are to turn ones into twos.
It's uppish, but it's safe. And Charlie Tier is one of the players I was talking to after that first match in which he didn't play, but I was so impressed by his attitude. Just really wanting to learn and get better and wanting to play against better opposition. Nicely swept. There is protection, so just come back for a second run. It's 2 to finish, so decent over. 8 gone, 60 for 3.
8 overs gone, Scotland are 60 for 3.
It's one of the great characters, Adam Zampa. Got a tattoo of some interesting tattoos as well. I know he's been travelling around Scotland, enjoying it, the country with his family.
Coming into the attack from the pavilion end, Marcus Stoinis.
Well, anyone who has multiple interesting tattoos, anyone who's got any multiple interesting tattoos, wears sunglasses on a day like today and has an earring is someone that is definitely cooler than me, so maybe I need to have a word with him about that. But I'm glad to see that he's getting the local Scottish tourist spots and travelling a new part of the world for him. There's lots of beautiful country for him to go and explore.
That's what I love about Adam Zampa. I love the fact that he's really comfortable in his own skin. He's a little bit quirky, and I just think that's great. Stoinis to continue from the pavilion end. And again, just getting that ball to nip away just ever so slightly. It really has posed a challenge for Scotland's batters.
Yeah, as I said already, it does seem to be a tackiness that potentially come into this pitch as the early sort of har and dew that we saw in the pitch has evaporated, and little cross seamers. As we look at the Manhattan here, they've just never really, after that first over, they've never really had an over to keep up with the run rate thus far, Scotland.
You can see there that run rate now is heading towards 12, and this is what I said before. When it's so high earlier, if you don't have a few big overs, or if you don't regularly have a big over, that number just goes north so quickly.
Yeah, but it's a ground, we said it quite a lot, and I know Preston on commentary the other day, who played a lot of cricket here, club cricket as well, it's hard to defend. So once you've got the pace of the pitch, those 20 plus overs, the one you need to target regularly through, they come pretty quickly. So Scotland need to keep believing that they're a couple of boundaries away from that big over.
And just lifts that one over extra cover. It's not going to go all the way. Using his feet, McMullen.
Yeah, it's a favourite area of his over mid-off. We saw that incredible shot he hit against the West Indies in the 50-over qualifiers in Zimbabwe a couple of years ago. This time using his feet, doesn't always do that. But in his heart and his core, he's a traditional player, likes to play straight. And his philosophy is if he could drive it through the line from a half volley, I can hit it on the up, over mid-off. So a real strong area of his he looks to access.
Goes again, and it's going to end up in pretty much the same area, even though it looked like he had more on it at first.
Yeah, probably a little bit squarer than he would have liked there. His bat face just turning in his hand as he looks to extend his arms, but it's almost, I'm sure, here we are as Stoinis makes a change to the field. Because we've seen him hit it for 6 over mid-off regularly off the quicks, so interesting to see that they went for that approach, but a change in the field from Stoinis now, bringing Thurman up and long off going away. We'll see how that changes McMullen's strategy and what his game plan is going to be to the rest of this over.
This has been a good one, just Stoinis. A little wink there. Start maybe a little back and forth. Talk about characters, Stoinis is one of those as well.
There we are, as he has a little word, and yeah, it tells him where he wanted to hit it before, and all a good jest, that's fine. Mark McMullen's gesticulating with his hands as he always does, all good fun out there, I'm sure.
And goes across the line, and that'll be 4 to finish. So McMullen turning it into a decent over for Scotland. It's the end of the 9th over. Scotland 68 for 3.
After 9 overs, Scotland are 68 for 3.
Yeah, we saw that McMullen there going slightly deep in his crease. Earlier in the over, he used his feet to access mid-off, and he has a smile as he goes past Stoinis. A couple more words between them. Stoinis saying hit it over there, McMullen going, okay, if you say that, I'll do that. A bit of back and forth, but yeah, good from McMullen, changing his game plan, going deeper with the change of fields and accessing the leg side for another boundary.
Well, it was the McMullen show last time. Now let's see what Charlie Tear can do against Adam Zampa. He does use his feet. Just be the single, so brings McMullen back on strike. McMullen, I feel, is really important now. You've lost those early wickets so much now on those young shoulders.
Yeah, they'll need a big score, and McMullen's given himself the foundations to be the one that goes and bats through, and we're a long way to Scotland chasing the score.
And I mentioned Charlie Tear and how keen he was. One of the things he told me was that he loves facing Jofra Archer in the nets down at Sussex, his Sussex teammate, just because he wants to face the best all the time. He's a really impressive young man. But he's gone. He's outfoxed by Zampa, going for the sweep. And the pressure on Scotland increases now with the departure of Charlie Tear.
Yeah, leads go across the line. Charlie Tear here, small man looking to drop down early. Adam Zampa, we know he likes to target the stumps. Knows he likes to bring it in there. Side on, we're not going to see. Obviously hit him on the back leg, but how much spin has it got then? hint of maybe sliding down the leg side, but when it's that full, and you miss the ball, you're always going to give the umpire an opportunity. As Scotland are Scotland are 70 for 4.
Well, this might be interesting. Least coming to the crease. The departure of Charlie Tear. A bit hard to tell there with the umpire in the road. Our camera is not as high as it might be at some other grounds, but the finger went up, and that's all that matters. Leask off the mark straight away with a single, and well, just thought about the overthrow. I've already seen overthrows, but I mean, Michael Leask, he's probably in, maybe is he in too early or in too late? You know what Michael Leask can do.
Yeah, he'll bat one way regardless, Michael, so we could be in with some fireworks.
Oh, and well, McMullen, I think he knows how lucky he was there. He came a long way forward. Yeah, Michael Leask, he is a firecracker of a batter. Loves to score down the ground. A little wristy shot. Leask sends McMullen back, and good job too, because you wouldn't have wanted to run on Tim David's arm. 10 overs gone, the halfway mark. Scotland 72 for 4.
We've reached the halfway point of Scotland's reply after 10 overs. They are 72 for 4. And we have change in bowling at the pavilion end coming into the attack. Cameron Green.
It's been good so far from McMullen, but he needs someone to stay with him. Australians sharing the wickets around. Bartlett, Hardy, Stoinis, Zampa, one apiece. And really, it's a question of, can someone build a partnership with Brandon McMullen? Can Leask be that man? Because they have to keep going for it. To Scotland. Green back in. Wow, that is monstrous. That's almost back in the pavilion. What a shot.
That's Brandon McMullen at his absolute best. We talked about in the last over how he likes to look straight, he likes to access over mid-off, and that sort of flamingo Kevin Peterson high leg that he loves, he uses, he shot up that back leg goes, and bang, 6 more for Scotland.
Absolutely stunning. We know that he is in fine fettle. What we don't know is just if someone can stay with him, if he can go big, has no fear of the Australians. He's shown that before. Yeah, clever. And the thing when you've got a high run rate, to be able to get a boundary or a 6 first up just takes that pressure off the rest of the over, doesn't it, Ali?
Yeah, they'll be talking about winning overs and getting ahead in the over, and what they need. They know they'll need at least 2 overs of 20 plus. Those big overs, and it's being able to, as we look at that 6 again, absolutely sublime, but it's being able to recognise when the time to go is and go for those big overs, or when to stay with the run rate.
You mentioned before Michael Leask, he only bats one way, and that is with boundaries. First one for Leask. think this might be where Scotland look to attack with these two now together at the crease.
Yeah, they know that these two will have to do the majority of the work. Are they going to get anywhere close? Smuggley's deep in the crease, being able to pick up length, access anything leg side as his strength, and just rolling on top of it, getting his innings underway with his first boundary.
Slow ball, and it's called a wide though. A crowd appreciate that. They're getting more vocal, Ali.
It's a Friday, and it's a Friday coming to the end of the summer, we should say. Patrons earning a well-earned beverage, and hopefully that partisan crowd can do something to influence the outcome of this game. But we're all here having some fun.
And comes down the track with real intent there, does Leask. Seen him hit the ball as I reckon as far as I've seen anyone hit it at times. Michael Leask, you know he can do it. He'd quite happily send a few batting at the nursery end into the tennis courts to our right. That's his favourite area.
Yeah, ball striking's never been an issue for Michael Leask. He's been in the Scotland setup since he was 13 years old, but in the last 5 or 6 years, just that ability to stay a little bit stiller, that has been the key to success. As we see, the Australians pretty much got the leg side boundary now, with long off away as well. Bring third man up into the circle, and you know what's coming.
He's one of those players too. I reckon he'd probably win for loudest player on any cricket field that he's on in the middle. He's so passionate and keen and up and about, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's team first all the time. If something needs done, he'll be the first one there. He'll be the first one adding energy, first one looking to see what he can do to help, and he'll be thriving in this environment. He'll be the one who wants to get the Scotland over the line.
It's gone exactly the opposite way to the way in which McMullen intended. So scamper through for one last time in the over. It's a leg bye, and after 11, 86 for 4. Good to see smiles on the faces out there in the middle. Job to do, but relishing the opportunity to show what they can do against Australia. Down the track to Adam Zampa, and that is 6 more. This is some show, and don't the crowd love it?
Yeah, we keep talking about it, keep highlighting McMullen looking to hit straight there. Great use of the pitched footwork, gets to the pitch the ball. It's half a bat swing, extends the arms, and 6 more to McMullen.
Gets a long way forward to that one. Tim David, I think that stand has adopted him.
Do you think he's making some friends, or?
Oh, I'm sure it's all very friendly. Here is another look at that mighty Mo. Well done, well taken, sir. You get a prize. Tremendous. One just chopped away. Another thing is Leask is another who is very quick between the wickets. This pair both are. Running between the wickets might be really key to this. But again, McMullen's got that 6 off the first ball of the over, and then being able to turn the strike over after that, just really good from Scotland.
It just makes the over so much easier to manage. As we see, good running strong on from the deep, but these two, we know they run well between the wickets, but it just makes the easier so much. 50 comes up from Brandon McMullen, 51 off 38 balls, building on the excellent innings we saw him get with Australia in St. Lucia back in the World Cup. This is a team he's coming to enjoy, coming to love, and hopefully he'll be hoping that's just the start of what will be another memorable performance, taking his side home later this afternoon.
Oh, that is a fine stroke again, and it's 4 more. The fans are getting to do a bit of fielding today. And Brandon McMullen, he's so easy on the eye, and he's really giving Scotland a proper go at this.
Yeah, just classic cricket shot. As soon as he got the length, it was a classic cover drive. Even in the game of power, finesse is always available.
Oh, he's going to have to re-bowl that, Zampa. This has been a good over for Scotland. First 6 setting things up. And that last boundary as well, bit of icing. Just able to keep that one out in the end. It's brought up the 100 as well for Scotland. After 12 overs, they are still in the hunt. It's 101 for 4.
That's the end of the 12th over. Scotland are 101 for 4.
Just 4 wickets down now, Ali. They just keep going from here.
Yeah, as we look at McMullen's highlights for his 50, he picks up length so beautifully. We've seen there those 6s, as soon as it's short of a length, he's pivots on just back foot and swivels, and then that's the McMullen masterclass we talk about. Incredible cricket. And someone enjoyed that in the crowd, as we once again say well done to Brandon McMullen on his second 50 in T20I cricket against Australia.
It's just easy on the eye, isn't he? Brandon McMullen, the way he plays, it's wonderful to watch when he gets going. It's Sean Abbott. And trying to whip that away on the leg side. Leask is a bit annoyed with himself as well. Feels like he missed out there.
Yeah, he'll feel have missed out, absolutely. That's his bread and butter, Michael. He has that, in his setup, that slight shimmy leg side of the ball, and that's because he knows that he makes his best contact when his arms are free, when they're not sort of cramping himself slightly for room. But that also means with that long backswing, he can pick it up from that sort of line behind square. So that's an opportunity missed.
Oh, some innovation now. He's playing it everywhere. What a knock this is from Brandon McMullen. He has not given up hope of victory, I can tell you that right now. Neither of the crowd.
No, while he's there, Scotland feel will have a chance. He's going to be the key contributor now. He's started to move through the gears. It's very similar to Josh Inglis, who we saw scoring all around the ground, and McMullen knows that the longer he is out there, the longer he's in control, anything is possible in this run chase.
Oh, down the track, but Tim David is out there, and he takes a brilliant running catch. Outstanding work at full pace by Tim David. And just when he was looking incredibly dangerous, McMullen departs.
Yeah, he's gutted. He had just decided, they'd made the decision it was time to go through the gears. He got the first ball away for the boundary, looking to paddle there. Trademark down the pitch to extend his arms just because it's low on the bat. An excellent catch from Tim David, makes it look very easy, but you had to cover a reasonable amount of ground in a short period of time there, and when you're moving and trying to catch, your eyes are never level, which now leaves Scotland 106 for 5.
Mark Watt now coming to the crease. Pressure really mounting now with the departure of Brandon McMullen, who played beautifully. He's now going to have to sit back and watch his teammates play out the rest of this innings.
Yeah, he's a competitor, is Mark. He won't feel the job's done yet. These two have taken Scotland home on a number of occasions before.
Yeah, nice little shimmy there from Mark Watt early on.
Yeah, no, he's a charismatic character. As once again we see the end of McMullen here. Lovely 50. Just got it too low on the bat. You could see what he was doing. Wants to stay leg side of the ball, try and drag it to the leg side with that, but doesn't quite get out of the middle. And Tim David, again, excellent catch.
Yeah, a number of times this pair have done it for Scotland with both the ball and with the bat. At times, lower order partnerships between Leask and Watt. Remember, they're bowling in tandem for that magnificent victory against West Indies in the 2022 T20 World Cup as well in Australia. Hobart, that was. Swivel pull. It's just going to get the single though. And at the end of the 13th over, Scotland in a bit of trouble, 107 for 5.
Change of bowling, returning to the attack from the nursery end, Marcus Stoinis.
Well, after a flying start provided by George Munsey, the wickets have just fallen a bit too regularly for the home side in their chase. It was always going to take something pretty incredible from this Scottish 11 to hunt down nearly 10 and over, despite what we feel is a pretty good batting surface. They're going at about 8.2 and over. But the problem is they need more than 2 a ball now as Watt comes to the crease at 7. Stoinis puts it down. It was a sharp return chance. Just almost flung one-handed it and he couldn't hold on.
Yeah, but the amazing thing is he'll be disappointed in that, and we see some pretty spectacular things. It seems a remarkably long way for Scotland right now, but whilst Leask is there, they will always believe they have that glimmer of hope. If there is anyone in this Scottish lineup who's going to do something remarkable, it is Michael Leask.
Inside out, over extra, gets enough of it not to go to the boundary, but Tim David will do the fielding, keep it to a couple. I heard you describe it as an excellent catch, Ali. It was so good at long on. I think McMullen will be just almost disappointed he didn't go more aerial, will he? It was a very flat stroke he struck.
Yeah, I think he was just backing himself on these boundaries. So if he makes a good contact, the biggest sixes they hit are the ones you actually don't try to hit aerially, but he just got it a couple of inches too low on his bat, and that was enough to take the energy out of the ball and get caught up long on.
Pulled by Watts. He's a fine batter. He's an out-and-out all-rounder. We've spoken at length now about, is he a place too high at 7? Chris Greaves is to come. We talk about him maybe being the sort of security blanket, the safety blanket. Problem is that required run rate, every time you don't hit a boundary now, or at least 2 boundaries in and over, the required run rate's going to go up. You need more than 2 a ball, and you've really only got the bowlers left in the hutch.
Yeah, and with Leask and with Watt and with Greaves and even Chris Soule, who hits a long ball, you've got boundary hitters. So you know that there might be an over or 2 that you don't quite there, but it's about the number of overs that are more than 20 and over. So that's what we'll be thinking. At some point they'll need a couple of those. That will be what gets them over the line.
Slower ball. Now, has Leask picked this? He might have, but he's picked out the man, Fraser McGurk, at deep mid-wicket, who takes a good catch. Just couldn't quite get the strike, could he? Leask, and another one falls, and well, there's shades of the first T20, getting to a good position after 11 or 12 overs and not being able to kick on. Leask has to go.
Yeah, really good. Taking the ball away from Magley. You can see there, he gets low, but he's almost reaching for it from wide on the offside, trying to drag it leg side. Nice take by Fraser McGurk, but once again, Scotland trying to win. They try and go at that gear at the back end of the innings. They can't quite time it right, and unfortunately, Michael Lees has to go for 7 off 7 balls. Scotland now 110 for 6.
Chris Cree's come to the crease in the, well, invidious position that he's being placed in by his teammates. More than 2 runs required per ball, only 4 wickets in hand. He's not someone who's really known as a boundary hitter. He's more of an accumulator, someone who can knock it around, pick up 1s and 2s. All of a sudden, well, the wheels, they've well and truly come off this chase, despite Brandon McMullen's best efforts.
Yeah. And Chris Crees, what he does have is he hits the ball in funny areas. He's very charismatic, he's very mercurial in that way, and he feels, he has so much self-belief. You have so much self-belief, and that highest score of 45 against Bangladesh that he scored to get Scotland through, or set them on the pathway to get through, qualifying to the second round of a tournament for the first time. He will still believe, and Scotland have to go with him.
Highest partnership in the second innings has been just 36. Plenty of partnerships, one worth 20, one worth 24, one worth 26, and then one worth 36. It kind of paints the picture of wickets falling at bad times for Scotland.
Yeah, and there was a lot of individual starts in that first game from the Scotland innings, and this is individual partnerships starting, and it's just that transition to be able to go up that gear and when they do, committing to it and executing skill plans.
Ramped around the corner. One of the funny areas that Greaves likes to hit is over his shoulder. He will get 4 and a punch of the gloves with Mark Watt to smile on his face. 14 ball, 115 for 6. For a side even as good as Scotland, referred to associate teams, they really have to play to the very best of their ability to put it up to a side like Australia.
Absolutely, of course they do, but you wouldn't want it any other way. You want the opposition to play well, you play better and you win, and that is how it should be, and that's how we'd always want it to be.
So 82 required, only 6 overs to do it, and 2 reasonably new men at the crease. Watts and Greaves enjoy batting with each other. They've often had to dig Scotland out of a hole or 2. They're not going to die wondering. They'll try everything they can to innovate. They're not really necessarily power hitters, though, are they? They don't sort of plunder their boundaries down the ground.
No, but Mark Watts worked really hard on his batting, particularly knowing what his strengths and weaknesses are, and what he starts to do is start to see little ramps like that, shots that he uses his feet to seam as well, and now to allow him to access to put momentum into the ball. So it wouldn't surprise me if you start to see him use his feet, come down the pitch, put pressure on green that way.
Bowls in. Well, he's unlucky, isn't he? Got things going with a bang, and again, the atmosphere has just been, well, crushed by Australians' brilliance. And that's going to be 2-2, top of opposite. The best place to hit as any bowler, quick or slow, and that was express pace. Soul had a big heave-ho at it, and he loses his off stump.
Yeah, he's this ball striker, Chris Soul. We know he's got the ability in him, but if he thinks it's an area, he will go from ball one. A lot needed. Cameron Green, good line, good length, top of off. That's what you like to see. Any fast bowler will enjoy it. Chris Soul, little shimmy at the hip. But on this occasion, unable to make contact. Chris Green picks up his second wicket. Look at the delight on the face of the Australians as they get closer and closer to securing this series win. Chris Soul has to go first ball. Scotland now 115 for 8.
There's been 5 Australian hat-tricks in T20I cricket. Pat Cummins has got 2 this year, remarkably. 2 in that T20 World Cup. One against Bangladesh, one against Afghanistan. Before him, Ashton Agar, Nathan Ellis on his debut. Goes all the way back to the very first one to take a T20I hat-trick, Brett Lee. Now the big question is, can Cameron Green add his name to the list? He's got 2 and 2. Can he pick up the hat-trick? Well, he's looked for the Yorker and it's ended up as well. What a waste-high full toss as Brad Wheel can't get anything on it.
Oh, he must have been thinking if there was ever a chance. Scotland needing more than 2 a ball. Number 10 coming, look at him, number 10 coming into bat. Thinking full, straight, fast. And he misses. I mean, if there's ever time to miss a Yorker, that's not the time to do it. Cameron Green, he'll be gutted.
Well, smiles all around for Australia. Probably as bad a hat-trick ball as I've seen here. Have a look at this. Yep, right into the badge of the thigh pad. Wheels have come off here, haven't they, for Scotland? It's just gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, it has. But what I enjoyed about that hat-trick ball was always hit him on the thigh pad on the full. He still had a half appeal. You never, as a bowler, you never know. But as you come in, watch this as he rolls. Half appeal there, just oh no, gutted. But yeah, it's not gone Scotland where they'll be really disappointed. They would have known it'd been a tall order this second innings, but they would have still gone in with belief. And once again, that middle order just hasn't fired as we know they can.
I mean, it really doesn't paint the picture of how competitive this game has been at points. It could be a blowout victory here, 60, 70, maybe even 80 runs. And now it's really a bit of personal pride being played for Greaves. Will want a couple, he will get it. As he's quick between the wickets. It means that we will have the strike end of the 15th. 118 for 8. There's been phases, isn't there? Albeit very short phases in the chase, but in the first innings, Scotland really had their moments.
Yeah, absolutely. George Munsey got the innings off to a flying start. He second ball the innings for 6. Brandon McMullen showing his pure class and brilliance, but it's just been in such sporadic spurts. There's been no consistency of pressure about the Australian bowlers. Scotland have to learn quick.
Coming back into attack from the nursery end, Adam Zampler.
Yeah, that scorecard really paints the picture. Look at those scores apart from Munsey and McMullen. 1, 5, 5, 7, 4. That is not what you want. 6 bowlers have been used for Australia very effectively. All 6 of them have taken a wicket. Zampel is going to come in for his final. And he'll be hunting wickets. An inside edge from Wheel means he won't get one from this delivery. Pick up a couple more to the total. Can you identify where it's going wrong within that for Scotland? Why is there some problems with the consistency of their batting?
I just think it's the learning at this level that needs to be done. Constantly we talk about being exposed to this level and what have you, and even when you get down to that associate level below, there are going to be those extra freebies that come your way, and the ability, and we've seen that they can hit good balls for boundaries. So, but when it comes, it's relentless pressure, being able to compartmentalize and back your skills is something that you can only do through experience and through time. So this will be so much valuable learning for the Scottish side, as we always talk about.
An appeal, but no interest from the umpire. Should be a couple. Travis Head will chase after it right in front of Ian Jacobs, the official Cricket Scotland photographer, and get all of his brilliant images up on the CS social media channels. Wasn't Head's day today, from hero 2 days ago to zero today, but it was Josh Inglis's day. The way in which he played, it's almost been a virtuoso performance, hasn't it? If you kind of consider the rest of the batters around him, nobody looked overly settled on the surface, did they? But Inglis just batted to a different quality, on a different planet almost.
Well, it's actually almost a mirroring in the two batting cards. Obviously, Inglis got 100 and McMillan got 60 odd, but if you actually looked at the other scores of the Australian batting cards, it was all 17 off 17, 22 off 23. There was no one else who really got away until Tim David at the end. So, and then you look at the Scotland batting card again, McMullen, he got in, Munsey got 17, but again you look, Jones 1 off 3, Berrington 5 off 9, Tier 5 off 6. So whether Leask 7 off 7, whether a couple of these batters had gone with McMullen and been happy just to tick over while McMullen was going, that was maybe where they've lost a trick compared to what Australia did.
That was the googly, the previous ball from Zampo surely created a bit of a stumping opportunity for Inglis. Some quick thinking from him, but the flick didn't go on to the stumps, and more of an AFL tackle than a hug from Head to Inglis, who's surely going to get the plaudits at the end of this game. 16 ball, 125 for 8.
125 for 8 after 16 overs.
How big is that challenge of taking on not just the Test nation? Scotland done that very effectively against some of the lower ranked ones, beating likes of Zimbabwe, West Indies, Ireland, etc. But against the top 2 or 3 sides, your Australia, your England, your India.
Well, gone are the days of putting those guys on a pedestal that's not reachable. That's not the case anymore. So now it's just more and more execution against quality opposition.
Is it fair to say, though, Ali, that there is a gulf, isn't there, between, you know, your England, India, Australia, your South Africa potentially, and then some of the other Test nations?
Yeah, of course there is. I mean, it's natural when they have that much exposure to high quality cricket within their own domestic games in terms of the level they're playing at. It's very difficult. Even your Sri Lankas, your Bangladeshis, your Zimbabwe's, your Islands, when their quality cricket they're getting is on the international stage and they have no capacity to build into it, that's going to happen. Whereas the pool of players that these big three are picking from is so much deeper that they can just churn out the conveyor belt of talented cricketers.
Stoinis looks for a third wicket, and he should get it. He's been so canny, he's been so effective, and Brad Wheel, well, he's hit it not an awfully long way altogether. Not a day for him to remember, to be honest. He was expensive with the ball, 4 overs, none for 51. And now he's going to fall with not too many with the bat.
Yeah, looking to go deep in the crease and target the leg side. When you get to the back end of these innings and you know that these tail ends have a go, holding that hard length is the ones that they cannot get away. As soon as you go full, it might give them a chance, but Brad Wheel, it was too much for him to do with the bat, not his day with the ball. He has to depart for 5. Scotland now 125 for 9.
The new batter from Scotland is Brad Curry.
One more look at the dismissal there, the simplest of catches held, and it's just number 11 left in the crease. He was excellent today with the ball in hand. Brad Curry, 3 for 37 for him, did pick up the first 3 wickets to fall as well, including the 2 big ones of Fraser McGurk and Travis Head. Stoinis might be thinking about a 4th wicket. We'll have 3 more balls to do it as Curry gets off the mark. This hasn't been a hammering, has it? It's 2 days ago, being frank, it was an absolute drubbing that Scotland took, even though they got 150 odd and they were in a position maybe to get 180, 190. Today has been far more competitive, but there's been key moments that have gone heavily against Scotland. Yeah, absolutely. And as you said earlier, those 2 no balls from Brandon McMullen almost released the pressure on the Australian batters, and that's when they really kicked off. That's going to be that. Chris Greaves can only pick out the man at fine leg, and it's a remarkable collapse from Scotland that will give Australia the series. Stoinis does get 4. He's had a good day. So too is Josh Inglis, and in general, so too have Australia. This tour of Scotland and Australia is going to start with some Australian silverware. The tour of Scotland and England, even. It's been quite brilliant from the men with the baggy greens on their head. They've been so good. They've closed out what is going to be a 2nd big victory today. The margin is going to be 70 runs exactly. Go 2-0 up, a perfect 2-0 in the series. They'll look to round out a clean sweep tomorrow. It's really been all about Josh Inglis, but Mitchell Marsh, he didn't have to do much himself. Did not bat, did not bowl. May have taken a catch as well to avoid the Thanks for Coming award, but he's captained outstandingly. And Tim David, that big catch in the deep too. Have to say they've been a class apart. Australia, Scotland have had their moments, but not quite good enough, and the silverware will be heading down under. Yeah, it's all been a Josh Inglis show today. He was the outstanding batter throughout the game. 100 came in rapid time, hitting all parts of the ground. Scotland in reply had a brief cameo from Munsey up top. He shows what power and what talent he has. Brandon McMullen, the quality and the class to play front foot, back foot. But apart from him, the Scottish innings never got going. Once again, giving themselves a bit of a platform and just not being able to capitalise on it. Wicket after wicket fell, and Australia clinched this series 2-0 with 1 game to go. Josh Inglis, the star of the show. Handshakes between the 2 sides. It's career best figures too for Marcus Stoinis in T20I cricket. First time he has taken a 4-wicket haul. He finishes with 4 for 23. Scotland, well, it's going to be back to the drawing board. They'll have to dust themselves off quickly. Again, it felt like a very different atmosphere and a different quality to their performance today, but the end result is going to be quite a large victory yet again for Australia. The talk before the series from Mark Watts and Leask in particular was of not just maybe a historic first ever win over Australia, but maybe a series win. Right now, it's looking anything but likely, and they will have to turn it around in a big way for tomorrow. There'll be plenty to take from today's performance, but really, again, Australia's class is told, and it's told in a big way. The margin of defeat, 70 runs. This was the final wicket to fall as Chris Greaves is held down at fine leg. Let's get a look at it.
Australia winners this afternoon by 70 runs. Shortly, we will conduct the player of the match ceremony.
Yeah, Marcus Stoinis picking up his 4th wicket, well deserved. He's bustled in all day. That was the ball before. That was the one that got Chris Greaves on strike, and then from there, once again, looking to angle in, hit back of the length, just top of the stumps. Chris Greaves, as he's known to do, went to hit leg sides, and unfortunately could only pick out the fine leg fielder. See the beautiful skyline of Edinburgh over the Grange Club there. A couple of conversations being had, reflections from the Scottish players, and they will learn quick, and that's the only way that associate cricketers know how to play.
There's going to be a lengthy queue for autographs and selfies with both sets of players, and no doubt plenty of kids going home happy despite the Scottish defeat. It's an afternoon that promised so much, wasn't it? You felt the conditions couldn't have been any more in Scotland's favour. They won the toss, which they badly needed to do. You absolutely felt like a bold first day. We were delayed by 30 minutes at the start, and they did get those 2 early wickets of the 2 openers, but a partnership of 92 between Green and English, and then Inglis and Stoinis combining very effectively for the 4th wicket. They put on more than 50 as well. It's kept that Australian flag flying high. This was the winning moment as Greaves looked to go to an area that he likes, but all he could do was pick out fine leg, and a few Australian fans in the crowd, they were outnumbered, but ultimately their side has proven far too good today. Let's get a look at the cards for Scotland's batting card. Far too many single-digit numbers there. 9 of the 11 batters not getting to double figures.
Yeah, no one ever got going really from a Scotland point of view outside of Munsey and McMullen, and it was well bowled, but it was a dominant performance from the tall Australian bowling attack. They hit the pitch hard, they used their cutters, they bowled cross seamers, they bowled quarter seamers, and the Scottish batters couldn't have anything to combat them.
For the Australian bowlers, well, joy all around. All 6 that were used picked up a wicket. Stoinis the pick of them with 4 for 23, but I thought Cameron Green came back really well after looking like he could be the weak link, his first over going for 13, and Hardy into the team, a wicket for him too. The fall of wickets at the bottom, those wickets, they just fell far too often.
Yeah, so the match summary shows it was the English throw with the first one. Brad Curry started the innings off brilliantly, finishing with figures of 3 for 37. Chris Salford's 3 overs was probably the pick of the Scotland bowlers, of only getting a reward of 1 wicket, 1 for 17. And then it was Stoinis, Green doing the damage at the end, but Hardy set the tone brilliantly at the top. McMullen, another 50 against Australia, but all in vain.
Yeah, maybe one of the sole real high points today for Scotland. Don't go anywhere too far. We're going to have a post-match presentation with Mel Farrell in just a few moments' time on the back end of this break.
Yeah, it's gonna be like wet overnight. Wet in the morning. But Glasgow's well, I know. Saturday and Sunday.
So a 70-run victory for Australia has given them the series lead 2-0. It means they will take the trophy. We'll have a third and final match tomorrow at the same time. It was a surreal day of points with the fog and the horror, as described by Alistair Evans, my co-commentator, the Scotland international, and a little bit of talk of some heavy fog tomorrow morning. We've seen quite a one-sided game if you look at the scorecard, but maybe not that way throughout parts of it. A lot of the plaudits are going to go to Josh Inglis, aren't they? That century, his second in his T20I career, was quite exceptional. We're going to look at some of the best of it here, Ali. How good was he, and what were you most impressed with?
It was brilliant. For me, it was the ability to change his game plan from bowler to bowler, situation to situation. We saw early him getting into his innings by getting his ramps and his scoops out, get ahead of the game. That was one of the highlights for it. But from that point then on, it went into power game. It went into whatever area of the ground he wanted to access. He was going to move his feet, get in a position to access it. Anything short, he was so quick on it. We know the quick hands that he has, and he was able to utilise the 360 round the ground. That was massive, and it'll be a memorable night for him as his second at T20I 100. Never had a 50 now, only hundreds, only deals in hundreds, and I have to say that I was super impressed.
He batted brilliantly well, didn't he? And even though he's 29 years of age, he's still very early in his international career, having really only come to international cricket in the last couple of years. Debuted for Australia in 2022 in T20I cricket. He's gone on to play ODI cricket now as well. Actually born in Leeds in England, one of a couple of the players in this Australian setup. Lots of Western Australian connections, lots of English connections too. Matthew Cross is keeping the fans happy, and I think we're nearly all set for the post-match presentation. We're going to find out who the player of the match is. We'll also hear from both the captains, let's hope. So let's get over to Mel Farrell, who will take proceedings there.
Well, time now for our post-match presentation for this second T20 International between Scotland and Australia. Australia wrapping up the series, but still plenty more action to come with the third ODI here at the Grange tomorrow. Well, first up, we're going to have the player of the match, and it's probably no surprise to find out that is Josh Inglis after a magnificent record-setting century for Australia. His award is going to be presented by Trisha Bay from the Cricket Scotland Board. We'll get you to come up here, guys. Come on over here next to me. Trisha, if you'd like to present the award to Josh.
Congratulations, great innings, absolutely tremendous.
It certainly was tremendous. Wonderful display of hitting. Thank you so much, Trisha. Josh, well, last year, you equalled Aaron Finch's record, 47-ball century in India. Today, you've got it all on your own. How does that feel?
Yeah, pretty special, to be honest. I didn't know about it until you told me before, so to hold that record now is really nice.
Oh, can you explain what it was out there today? Because you actually looked like you were batting on a different pitch to everyone else at times.
Yeah, it doesn't happen too often, to be honest. There was a bit happening early doors. We obviously lost a couple of wickets, so me and Greenie just spoke about building a partnership, and then once the new ball sort of wore off, it got easier in the middle period there. So now I was just looking to play good cricket shots and show some good intent.
Well, you certainly did both of those things. I know you're enjoying your time here, but what does this tour mean as an opportunity for you? Because there haven't always been the opportunities for you to show what you can do in Australian colours. Yeah,
like you said, I think it's just a really good opportunity for me to get some game time in, try cement a spot in this side. It's really tough. There's a lot of good players in the squad, so to try put some performances on the board is really key.
Well, that was one heck of a performance. Well done on that today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Josh Inglis there. We're going to get Richie Berrington up now. Well, Richie, it was a 70-run win, but it felt a lot more competitive watching on. Were you happy to see improvements in certain areas?
Yeah, there was definitely a few improvements today. I thought we were much better with the ball in hand. I thought we got off to a really good start, getting those 2 early wickets, and yeah, in general, I think we had a much better plan with the ball in hand. But look, I think you have to give a lot of credit to Josh Inglis for that innings that he played. They managed to get in boundaries through that middle period, which I think was probably the difference. That partnership between him and Cameron Green just made it hard to kind of stop the flow of runs through the middle there, and probably ended up getting at least, I would say, 20 over par.
We keep talking about the bigger picture of this tour and the opportunity to play against Australia and bringing in some changes, new players today. Did anything impress you in particular about some of your own performances?
Yeah, look, I think just the character the guys showed. Obviously, we're disappointed with the result, and in the end, it looks a really big margin. But in this game, it is small margins. And I say it's a much better start today with the ball. I thought we came back really well from the other day. And we had a couple of guys come in. Chris Soule today was really impressive with the ball. So yeah, look, we have to build on that. We're going to try and keep getting better every game we play. Today's another good experience, but hopefully we can come back tomorrow and improve again in a few areas and put in a strong performance to finish off this series.
Yeah, well, we wish you all the best in bouncing back tomorrow, maybe scoring a first win against such a juggernaut as Australia. Well done today.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, Mitch Marsh coming in now. Decided to have a bit of an easy day today, hey? No batting?
That's the way cricket should be played.
What did you make of that today? Another big win, but it felt like Scotland were coming back into it today and had maybe learnt a few things from the first game.
Yeah, I think it was a really good game of cricket. The way Ingo and Greeny got us sort of out of a little bit of trouble. It's overhead conditions and the ball nipping around a little bit. I thought Josh's innings was unbelievable and another all-round performance from us.
That's it with Australia though, isn't it? We saw Travis Head do it in the first game. We've seen Josh Inglis do it. That confidence is just there, isn't there? That someone is always going to be able to step up?
Yeah, well, I think we've got a youngish group here with a lot of guys getting opportunities, and one of the things we spoke about was flexibility before the tour. And yeah, it was Josh's turn today, so rap for him.
And what else are you looking to get out of this for tomorrow, though? Can we expect more changes? You to rotate, see what some of the other new players have got?
Yeah, there may be a couple of changes. I'm not really too sure yet. I'll have to ask the coach. But first and foremost, we got a chance to win a series 3-0. And we spoke about that at the start, that we want to win every game. And tomorrow's another opportunity for everyone.
Well, we look forward to it. Make sure you do a bit more work tomorrow.
Thank you, hopefully.
Thanks, Mitch. That is it from our post-match presentation here on the ground. I'm going to send it back to Andrew Lennon.
Yeah, many thanks to Mel Farrell and to Richie Berrington and Mitchell Marsh for their honesty, and also Mitchell Marsh is just, he is such an entertaining man, isn't he? I love the honesty that he speaks with. And, most other captains would have said, oh yeah, no, we'll have one change, or we might have one change. He said, I've got to chat to the coach. I'm not too sure yet. But this is what this tour is all about. Moments like this, Jake Fraser-McGurk out there, Brad Curry too, autographs onto the bats, lots of kids being pleased, and moments that you won't forget, hopefully inspiring the next generation.
Absolutely, the access that these fans get when they come to Scotland, to the Grange, whether it is with a Scotland team or whether it is the travelling team, you don't get that anywhere else. Look at that, signing the shirts, the new purple shirts that we've got. That'll leave memory for life for those kids, and that's what it's about, is giving those kids positive experiences. We don't get enough positive experience in sport all the time, so giving them the opportunity to go home with a smile, and the rest of their weekend will be spent thinking about what a great time they've had out of the cricket, and the Aussies get in the thick of it. Again, that access, you don't see that in many international grounds around the world, so it's one of the real diamond grounds for that perspective.
Yeah, lovely intimacy here, there certainly is. We heard Mitchell Marsh refer to it there in the post-match. He didn't feel as though it was a heavy defeat. He thought it was quite a close game and a really good game of cricket. It didn't feel like a 70-run win, but let's get a look at the wickets and see how they fell. The first one to go was Michael Jones, and him coming back into the team will have given a lot of hope. They were always going to go hard in the power play. You can't really, I suppose, complain about the stroke selection. He just didn't implement it.
Yeah, and that's a much more difficult catch than people realise, especially in this. Guy's got a long way to run. He settles his feet, especially tied after scoring his 100, and they know the importance of that wicket, and that's how Jones plays. Next to go, Munsey. We know leg side dominant player, get the ball wide outside the off-stump, always a chance, looking to go straight. Toe end of the bat, couldn't get the elevation, and unfortunately had to go.
That second replay there actually really shows you that he was trying to drag it to the leg side, wasn't he? Third to fall was Richie Berrington, who, being honest, did not have his best day. He was out there for 16 minutes, faced 9 balls, and he just couldn't get anything going. 5 off 9 for him. A little bit of a leading edge. There was a good period then with McMullen and Tier combining, but Tier was then trapped LBW. Will he be a bit disappointed looking back on that? Was it maybe sliding down?
Yeah, hints of it, but when it hits you that full and you're sweeping, you've got to hit it. You run the risk. It's hard at the Hawkeye, and then the big one, Brandon McMullen had played beautifully for his 59. That is an outstanding catch. He's made that look very easy, Tim David. To Taylor on the run, full pelt, again, similar to Munsey, bottom of the bat, couldn't get the elevation, and that was when the Australia started the cars.
And you saw the celebrations from Abbott. They knew how badly they needed that wicket. It sparked the most remarkable collapse. They lost their last 6 wickets for 20 runs. You can't blame Michael Leask for continuing to have to go. The required run rate at that point was over 12, but Stoinis, well, he was quite immaculate today, picked up 4 wickets. Green came back and he got a bit of fortune to get Mark Watt.
Yeah, he did, but he recognised round the wicket, you know, when you're coming in at the left-handed batters, Crampman for room, Mark Watt trying to give himself a little bit of room. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that. He's a little bit unlucky, but unfortunately had to go. This was the very next ball. Chris Soule plays one way, can strike a long ball, but the best sight for a seam bowler, top of off cartwheeling backwards.
We're seeing in the celebrations from Australia that they knew that they were in a real contest at points today. I know the scorecard, the end scorecard is 70 runs. You wouldn't think that. You think that's a real hammering in the T20I. And then it all ended a bit limply, a little tamely. It was Brad Wheel, who didn't have the best day. He was caught by Bartlett before Chris Greaves just a couple of moments later. Looking to innovate, looking to ramp one around the corner. He just couldn't get the strike out there. He was out there for the best part of 20 minutes. He only faced 6 balls, and that ended all the fun for Scotland. Back to the drawing board for them. Do you think the reflections now overnight, they don't have a huge amount of time to turn it around, but are they going to reflect on it and say, we've got to get another batting option or maybe 2 more batting options into the team?
Yeah, but it's, what does that look like in comparison to what they then do with the bowling? You know, obviously, last 2 games you've looked at it. Brad Wheel has not been at his best. He's been a well-travelled season campaigner. If you look at the 100, you look at the Vitality Blast down in England, T20 World Cups. He normally is somebody who they look to spearhead the attack. Hasn't had his best couple of games. Is that a possibility to bring a batter in at that spot? But if you do that, you're relying on Brandon McMullen to have a day like today. And when the ball doesn't swing, we know Brandon McMullen's not as effective. So food for thought for Doug Watson and his coaching staff overnight. But for Scotland, they need to learn, and they need to learn fast.
Great credit to Australia. I think they've been wonderful tourists. I know they've been exceptionally well looked after and they're really enjoying their time here, but they are buying in a big way. And you think of the culture of this modern Australian team and how brilliant they are, and every single fan, young and old I might add, are getting moments to savour. One of the real high points of today was Brandon McMullen. We know he's a world-class player. He's still so young. 59 off 42 for him. 8 boundaries as well. And some of the shots, like that one in particular, were up there with anything we saw from Australia.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the stillness. You know, he's somebody, as we see here, likes to shuffle down the crease, likes to move around, get deep in the crease, but at the point of release from the bowler, he is still, so then he could pick length up quickly. That was actually an underrated shot. To use your feet to Avan Zampa, you're a brave man, but he was nimble, he moved fast, but again, the point of release, he is still, and that's what allows him to hit 360, and once again, Australia becoming a bit one of his favourite teams.
Yeah, here's a look at his wagon wheel, particularly strong down the ground, and also has the ability when the bowlers go short of him to be able to pull it. Sally, tomorrow one more game, one more big opportunity. There's no case of a dead rubber tomorrow, is there, for Scotland? The goal was very much to come and win one of these 3 matches. What do they have to correct tomorrow to get into a much more competitive position and really start to dare to dream?
They need to be soundly competitive for longer. They need to find a way to turn good balls into scoring shots and not dot balls. We know they get away fast. They always get away fast with the bat, with Munsey and Jones coming into the side, but there was too many dot balls in that middle period of the game. That middle order needs to find a way to score more freely with the ball. Early wickets again, which is great. We've seen them take early wickets. That first wicket's gone down really quickly first. However, taking wickets through the middle has been a challenge. What does that look like in terms of plans, and particularly the lines? They haven't been consistent enough with their lines as a bowling unit so far. So big overnight thoughts, but they will come back with confidence. It's a confident group. They expect to be at this level now. They're looking to perform at this level, and I'm expecting tomorrow to be an even more of a close affair.
Well, a lovely moment to leave you with. I think one of the kids in the crowd has just been given a little Australia jersey by one of the players. That will show you the wonderful ambassadors for the sport that there are here. He's putting it on, and look at how happy he is. Lovely moments to celebrate for everyone, and a selfie to take us off air in the most beautiful of ways. I want to thank you all for joining us so much today. The great news is we're going to do it all again one last time tomorrow. It's the same time. We might have some quite similar weather, and who knows, maybe Scotland can pull something off in the gloom of the summer and at the end of the series. For now, we'll leave you with the news that Australia, they're 2-0 up. They can't be caught, but we'll have one more game tomorrow. We'll see you then.